right. Thank you very much, Kenneth, and the team that is behind that very interesting commencement of our session today. My name is Benson Mayanja. I am the Right Honorable Speaker for the Makerere Law Society, and I'm immensely proud to be here before you today, Golden Jubilee of an institution that we all desire and that we all appreciate. So I am hopeful that the agenda has been shared through with all of us, and I am very glad to see the messages flowing in the chat space. So I will be the moderator for today's online event, and we are meant to start with a very brief prayer in assent to the Almighty that most of us adhere to. So we shall just humble ourselves for a very brief prayer and then allow the program to commence as it is. So Lord Father, Almighty God, Almighty Allah, we thank you for bringing us to a day that none of us ever fathomed. We thank you for the MLS. We thank you for the brains behind the running of the MLS. We thank you for everything that you have done to ensure the survival and preservance of the Makerere Law Society and the individuals therein. Father, I would like to thank you and place the society in your hands. We would also like to place this event in your hands to permit it reveal and depict the true felicitations that are meant to come through today. Father, we thank you for everyone who is going to speak. We thank you for everyone who has spared time, and we hope that together we can do more. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen. All right. So I noticed that we are just 5 minutes behind schedule. We were meant to start with a word from the president of the Makerere Law Society. But first, it's important that we know that very many winds and storms are blown over this great hill of Makerere Law School. But one of the values that have been engraved in the ethos of the Makerere Law Society is, over the past 5 decades, is that we remain grateful and gratitude and share a lot of gratitude. We are invaluably grateful for everyone who has spared time, effort, and resources to make today a reality. 50 years ago, our forefathers, and for gender sensitivity, our foremothers began a journey that has seen this great institution mold some of, if not the finest legal scholars and practitioners all over the world. So today, as we say happy birthday, we also say that carry high the lantern that burns with the fire of aspiration, inspiration, and admiration in the hearts of every student, alumni, and well-wishers of the Makerere Law Society. We thank you for your time, and we are very eager to listen in from their excellencies, Honorable Justice George Chiawire, our patron, Your Excellency Fiona Wall, who is already on the call, and the affable Professor P.L. Olumumba. Together, we hope that we can reignite that passion for which this society is built, and we shall be eternally indebted. So to the rest of us, today marks just another beginning of another journey to which 50 years from now, we shall raise a glass of champagne, for we shall all be of age and say in reminiscence, happy birthday, it's another 50 years down the road. But without further ado, allow me introduce the first speaker for today's celebration. He is the Makerere Law Society President, a DLA Piper Fellow, an aspiring legal practitioner, especially in the area of corporate and commercial litigation. He is the Federation of African Law Students East African Regional Director for Policies and Programs and Projects. He is passionate about leadership. He has served on the Makerere Law Society Cabinet since 2019 as the first-year representative. He recently won the internal All-Africa Moot competition in 2021 at Makerere University. He has represented the Makerere University in the Nuremberg court competitions in 2020 and 2021 in Germany. In May 2019, he emerged winner of the Makerere Moot Society Spirit Award. He is a former research fellow with the International Service for Human Rights. He is also a Global Livingstone Institute Fellow, class of 2020, a Global Leadership Institute for Change Makers and Global Development Pace Setters. He's also a member of the Bright Network, a UK-based organization that offers professional career development and internship experience for prospective lawyers. He is a reader, researcher, and a writer. He's also served as the editor of the Makerere Law Journal 2019-2021. He is interested in human rights and social justice, a member of the Community Law Program and Mobile Clinic, CLAPMOC. Among many other things, he has represented the Makerere University in the Rule of Law University Debate Challenge of 2020. He's a debate judge, debate coach. He has worked with National Debate Council to impart debate skills in over 100 schools all around Uganda since 2017. It is with immense pleasure that I invite His Excellency Grace Waiswansawa, the President of the Makerere Law Society, to address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benson, for that generous introduction. Congratulations, Makerere Law Society, upon making 50 years. I welcome all of you, and I praise God for the absoluteness of His power and glory for helping us and getting us this far. The first Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, who accepted our invitation at a very short notice, the Principal of the School of Law, the Deputy Principal of the School of Law, the Patron of the Makerere Law Society, who is with us, is it Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chirawide, the staff of the School of Law who are with us, the different university dons, the lecturers present, members of the Makerere Law Society Executive Cabinet who have worked tooth and nail to ensure that this function happens, the Office of the Right Honorable Speaker of the Makerere Law Society, who serves together with the capable Deputy Right Honorable Speaker, Shiva Namara, and the IGG, Kennedy Mark Nsereko. And the Right Honorable Speaker is our moderator today. All student leaders at the School of Law, who by their gifts or services have improved and maintained it, invited guests, past presidents of the Makerere Law Society who are with us. I will mention many of these in my subsequent speech. The Guild President of Makerere University, Mr. Ivan Sempija, Your Excellency, you're welcome. The Guild President of Uganda Christian University, Your Excellency Agaba Kenneth Amponda, you're welcome. The Guild President of Kabale University, Your Excellency Godfrey Niwamanya, the Guild President of Mountains of the Moon University, Your Excellency Osbert Rinda, the President of the Federation of African Law Students and the entire Palace delegation. The Makerere Law Society is happy to have you, Your Excellency Nuobodo, and your entire delegation, Umo Edet, and all our partners who have come with us. The President of the Uganda Law Students Association, Mr. William Ronald Asimwe, the presidents of the different law societies, including the UCU Law Society, Madam Your Excellency Liz Tumwebaza, Your Excellency Odong Dominic, Your Excellency the President of the Nkumba University, Your Excellency the President of the Grotius Law Society, Your Excellency the President of the King Caesar University Law Society, and all presidents of the law societies around. The chairperson of the Council of College Presidents at Makerere University, Your Excellency Mbusa Joseph of the College of Computing and Information Sciences. The president of the different colleges at Makerere University who have come with us here, you're welcome. The leaders of the different student unions and associations at Makerere University and other universities present today. the different university leaders present, especially ministers of different university cabinets, in special recognition of the Makerere Students Guild government, which has joined us on this momentous occasion as partners, the MPs of the UCU Law Society, Guild Parliament, the leaders at college level who have come and joined us on this momentous occasion. Members of the Makerere Law Society and all students of the Makerere University who are on this call, I welcome you. My name is Grace Waiswa Nsawa. I am the 50th president of the Makerere Law Society. It is a great honor for me to speak before you in this prestigious capacity. As the Makerere Law Society celebrates its landmark 50th anniversary, I would like to express our warmest appreciation to Professor Pierre Lumumba, our chief guest, who has accepted to come and give us a keynote address on the role of students in a contemporary democracy, and for gracing this occasion as our guest of honor and all our distinguished guests. We realize that it is important to address the issue of student participation in shaping the democracy of our nation. We know that very many of the people that participated in the formation and coming up of our constitution, and even those who participated in the agitation for African independence, most of them were student leaders. And we know that in this Makerere Law Society, we are grooming people who are going to shape the country, who are going to shape Africa as a continent, and are going to shape the world. So I welcome Professor Pierre Lumumba, and we're looking forward to your speech and your lecture. Today marks a historical moment for the MLS. Few schools and colleges can claim that or have grown cheek by jowl with Makerere Law Society and Makerere University as the MLS has done, and immensely contributed to her growth over the past 50 years. As the Makerere University we are proud to be the oldest law society, or the oldest law society in Uganda, and also the oldest students association in Makerere University. In 1971, our forefathers who formed the Makerere Law Society as a student representative body at the then Faculty of Law at Makerere University were inspired by the deep desire to inculcate the traditions of the legal profession, to foster social interaction at all levels among law students, and to produce holistic lawyers with an aim of creating a responsible society. Makerere Law Society has become the most auspicious beginning of a promising lawyer of intellectual promise. The MLS that we celebrate today is a reflection of the invaluable contributions of 49 great past presidents who laid the firm foundation on which the society stands today. Allow me to recognize, as I had promised, the immeasurable efforts of the following presidents of the Makerere Law Society, some of whom are here with us, and as we launch our 50th anniversary celebrations. Humble and most gratified recognition to His Excellency Chris Mobiru Musoke, who by the book served as the first president of the Makerere Law Society and set the ball rolling in 1971. Humble and highmost recognition to His Excellency Justice, who later became the Justice, but Justice Remy Kasule of 1972, who went ahead to become Justice of the Court of Appeal of Uganda and the Constitutional Court. Also, very high recognition for His Excellency Apollo Makuya, who took on the mantle in 1981, one of the founding partners of Max Advocates and the chairperson board of Equity Bank Uganda Limited. His Excellency Richard Karegesa of 1982, His Excellency Paul Halia Kiapi of 1990, His Excellency Goldbar Tumushabe of 1991 and 1992, who is currently my senior lecturer or my lecturer at Makerere University School of Law. He's a lecturer of international law, international human rights law, and environmental law here at Makerere University, and also the executive director, Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment. Her Excellency Sheila Brackham-Sime, former President Sim Katende of 1996, who is the managing partner of Katende Center and Company Advocates. His Excellency Sim Katende has joined us on this call. I welcome you and I honor your service and sacrifice to this society. His Excellency Christopher Chiyombo of 1998. I have mentioned Her Excellency Sheila Brackham-Sime, but I have not mentioned the important aspect that she is the only lady president that this society has had in many years, but now serves as Chief Counsel of Africa and Middle East and North Africa Legal Vice Presidency at the World Bank. His Excellency Hussein Kashirinji of 1999, I am sure that you are with us on this call, and I'm very, very glad to have you. Former ULS President and former Makerere Society President, Your Excellency Francis Gimara of 2000, you are most welcome, of Gimara and Company Advocates. Presidents Wilberforce Seriazi, Mudoi Musa, Your Excellency Patrick Soma, Your Excellency Isaac Semakade of 2004 and 2005, who is the founder and CEO of Legal Brains Trust, Ian Mutiwa of Signum Advocates. Your Excellency, you're most welcome, and I'm very happy to have you on this call. You served this society between 2007 and 2008. Your Excellency, David Lewis Rongoya, you're most welcome to this call. Noop, the National Unity Platform Secretary General, thank you for all the service and the role that you played in ensuring that Makerere Society is a better society today. President Kenneth Chipalu, you're most welcome to this call. Currently a senior advocate of KTA Advocates, the chairperson Young Lawyers Committee of the Uganda Law Society, who served us in 2013, 2012 and 2013. Your Excellency Hassan Masaba of Mom Advocates. I was talking to Your Excellency Hassan Masaba, and he was telling me that he's happy that the presidency has gone back to the East. I don't know why that brings so much joy. His Excellency Edwin Mugumya, His Excellency Jordan Tumwesite, His Excellency, and I mentioned this with so much pride, my papa, Kansime Mukama Tarema, who happens to be my mentor, His Excellency Kenneth K. Kiapi, who has stood with us and was with us during the celebrations of 50 years of the Makerere Law School. My immediate predecessor, Your Excellency, with so much honor, David Frederick Nyanzi. All other past presidents who are present with us today, who may have not been mentioned in my speech, and the entire cabinet members with whom you served and rendered selfless service to this society, I must say we are grateful. This society has thrived on your sacrifice. In the words of Malcolm Gladwell, he said in his book, The Outliers, that every dream that eluded the father was fulfilled by the son. And that is why we are here today. And that's why the Makerere Society stands here and stands on this strong foundation. I will strive to emulate your commitment and passion and carry the MLS culture as it crosses into its next 50 years. Today, I must mention that a special day has arisen to the Makerere Society. A special chapter has opened, and I am sure that in the next many years, in the next 50 years, and in the next many years, the Makerere Society shall be a very great society that shall be embraced by all governments of this world, by nations, and our opinions shall be sought. It's my intention that the Makerere Society continues to embrace the values of our conceivers and extend even greater apposite to our members and the entire university. We are continuing to make sure that this society becomes a special part of the Makerere Society through our external correspondence program, which is being run under the office of the Right Honorable Speaker Benson Mayanja and his very able Deputy Right Honorable Speaker Shiva Namara, and the efforts of the entire Makerere Society cabinet that are ensuring that Makerere Society makes an effort and an effect not only on Makerere University, but on East Africa and beyond. Today, the Makerere Society launches its 50th anniversary celebrations under the theme, celebrating 50 years of the Makerere Society, diversifying professional knowledge and career opportunities for law students through a robust alumni network. We notice, and I would like to welcome our representative for all alumni, Mr. Hauha from the Justice Law and Order sector. I welcome you. So we are, our theme for this year is going to focus on that particular aspect of creating a robust alumni network. But we know that everything rides on leadership. I'm an ardent reader of Andrew Womack, and Andrew Womack wrote and said that everything turns and evolves on leadership. So the MLS leadership has put together a work plan to conduct a legal career expo to widen professional knowledge and career activities, opportunities for the law students. A guest lecture by one of our renowned alumni of this society shall accrue, a community outreach to give back to our community, a Makerere Society at 50 moot competition, Makerere Society at 50 run, designing the Makerere Society website, which is in completion stages. I forgot to mention that we are already in talks with our partners for the Makerere Society at 50 moot court competition, and we know that it's going to be a success. Designing the Makerere Society website, as I mentioned, is in its completion stages, and we shall soon unleash this as we celebrate 100 days in leadership. You could be shocked that this leadership has not even made 100 days. So we are looking forward to that day. I think it's going to be this weekend when the Makerere Society Cabinet 2021-2022 per se, or 2020-2021 will be celebrating 100 days in leadership. Obviously, the times presented by the COVID-19 pandemic are challenging, but as leaders, we know that they're using our mind and imagination to shape the status quo to our desires. My message to the current members of the Makerere Society couldn't be any better than to say that here we are. This is us. This is our society. Our society has grown significantly in size and has become a home for the best legal brains in the country, and in Uganda, and in East Africa, and in Africa. In 1971, there were approximately 25 members, and as compared to the current 1,218 students that we have, you can say Hongera, Hongera Makerere Society. Let us derive efficacy from within, as was my campaign strategy and campaign slogan. I congratulate our patron, the principal of the School of Law, the alumni, the stakeholders at all levels, partners of the whole Makerere Society community, the Makerere University community, upon achieving this 50th anniversary mark. We continue to ask you to keep on encouraging us, to keep on providing the environment for our development and for the development of ardent lawyers who shall be a special part of the future of this country. We also continue to thank you for showering us with all the support that you give, especially the principal of the School of Law, Professor Christopher Mbazira. I am immensely gratified, and I honor your sacrifice and your commitment to ensure that the Makerere Society thrives. I also thank our partners at the Network for Public Interest Lawyers who have joined us on this momentous occasion. I thank the Makerere Students Guild, as I've already mentioned, for partnering with us and ensuring that this event is a success. I also welcome, and with special honor, Your Excellency, President Fiona Wall, and your help and support that you have given us throughout this, making sure that this occasion happens, especially making sure that it happens virtually. I observe your commitment, your faithfulness, your availability, and your teachableness in your slogan, FAT. And I know that you live every day to making sure that that happens. I thank all of us for having brought this day to what it looks like. And I thank the invaluable efforts of the Makerere Society Cabinet. I must say, I don't deserve you all, guys. You are very, very special. I think that a person like me with an untamed ambition only needed to work with people like you. With so much loyalty, with so much commitment, with so much teamwork, I am grateful. And I'm very, very indebted to your efforts. I thank you and I welcome you to this event. Hongera Makerere Society, long live the culture and spirit that continues to bind us together. For God and my country, as we build for the future. Thank you. I remain President Grace Waisa Nsawa. God bless you and God bless the Makerere Society.
All right, thank you very much, Your Excellency Grace, for that very warm welcome to the event that kickstarts today. I think there's most definitely a series of events that's going to invoke the nostalgic epoch for very many of the individuals that have had the opportunity to study at the Makerere Law Society or who have had the opportunity to indulge in the activities of the Makerere Law Society. It is most certainly an immense pleasure to be here today and to serve as the 50th cabinet of the Makerere Law Society. Having introduced the various partners that we've had in the launch of this Golden Jubilee celebrations, we would now like to welcome the 86th Guild President of the Makerere University, a fifth-year student, undergraduate of medicine and surgery. He's also a student representative on the Makerere University Council, which is effortlessly trying to revive the academic culture of the university amid this pandemic that has left us in a pandemonium. In an election that was organized both physically and online, he, as a fourth-year student at the time, defeated two other candidates in the race with an overwhelming 3,112 votes, while his closest rival obtained 1,800 votes. He has served in a number of leadership positions in and outside the university. He's the past speaker of Lumumba Hall, arguably the most prolific hall in the university, which rhymes in sync with the guest speaker of today, Professor Pio Lumumba. Perhaps this should definitely infer that there is definitely greatness from that hall, which I also hail. He is an associate of the National Unity Platform, to which he is also serving as the National Youth Mobilizer, as well as a policy analyst. He is the head of institutions, Kampala Metropolitan, and also a senior advisor of the Buganda Youth Council. Ladies and gentlemen, let us join hands to welcome His Excellency Ivan Sempija, the 86th Guild President of the great Makerere University. Thank you. Mr. President, we are very glad to have you on the call, and please share your kind words with us. Thank you.
Yes, Hello, everyone. Greetings to everyone. Yes, protocol observed. My name is Ivan Sempidja, and I'm the 86th Guild President of Makerere University. I am so glad and privileged to be here today while we are celebrating the 50 years of Makerere Law Society. Let me hope we are all staying safe. We have been staying safe amidst the COVID-19 pandemic that has a few minutes, 1 or 2, to thank the Almighty God who has managed to keep us all safe amidst this pandemic. We as Makerere, we as the Makerere community, we would like to join hands. We would like to join Makerere Law Society, because Makerere Law Society is a totally different one. It is a very different school, because Makerere University has 9 colleges with only 1 autonomous school, that is Makerere Law School. So that means they are really so proficient, and we would really like to join you people. We would really like to, we as a Students Guild, we are so happy to be celebrating 50 years with you today. So today, personally, I think, because our topic today is about the role of students in contemporary democracy. So I would like to ask a few questions. You don't have to answer, but personally, I think, because when you try to see what democracy is in the actual, in actual sense, is that demo a permanent everlasting rifles in the body politic of the nation. It requires active vigilance, because we will find that a little slumber may reduce it to a plaything of a dictator. So I strongly believe we as the students, we actually have a very big role to play. We actually have a very big role to play in the democracy of our nation, because social equality, individual liberty, freedom of thought, fraternity, and a spirit of tolerance, those are the virtues onto which the citadel of democracy rests. And you'll find that, hello, okay. I think, am I clear? Because I'm seeing, I think in the chat, people are complaining about the network.
Mr. President, you are clear. I think it's just a network challenge on the end.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. A mere fact that many of the students are actually in the youthful group, that is a youthful group. So you will find that students symbolize the youth of a nation. And students actually have a very key role. Students are the root of development of any nation, not only in as far as contemporary or modern democracy is concerned, but also in other spheres, because students themselves, you'll find they are policy makers, they are scientists, they can be tutors, they can be role models, they can be mentors, because I think many of us here, we could be student leaders, but we are mentors somewhere else. So student participation in politics or leadership helps to promote a democratic culture among them, because it is through that participation. Remember, as I said, it is about social equality, individual liberty, freedom of thought, and yes, all others. You'll find that many of those things will actually, as you're participating in leadership, because the only way we shall be getting into these different offices, it is through elective politics. It is, people just elect you, you just go, you have to be on ballot paper. So fine, I will say, how very many people out there actually in politics, or what you may call leadership, but I would say if we the young people do not actually share our responsibility, it will have to fall on the decaying shoulders of the older generation. Remember, this older generation also has its limitations. It easily succumbs to pressure, and there is a way it stands for the status quo, of which I don't think we are, many of us are able to subscribe to. Then another thing, I'll give an example. In addition, when you look at the Makerere University itself, we have a guild constitution, for example, and that guild constitution, when you try to see how it actually operates, it is like we are really trying our level best to see how to participate. This is like a playground where we are training for whatever we are going to do once we move out of this university, because we are all citizens and we are able to organize, vote in competitive elections. And even at university level, just like at national level, the leaders here are held accountable to their citizens or to the students' fraternity through electoral means, because you will come and once you've underperformed, a number of people will say, no, I think we voted wrongly. But I really like the fact that many of us, Makerere University community, gave us an opportunity to come on board and serve the student fraternity. And I strongly believe that we are surely moving on. We are progressing. We as the guild with the Makerere Law Society. Thank you so much, His Excellency and Sour Grace. I appreciate so much. I appreciate so much for all the efforts that we have made, Makerere Law Society, because you'll find this is leadership. We have a constitution that governs us. The mere fact we are having a constitution, this constitution ought to be followed. So where this constitution ought to be followed, we have a few individuals that actually we deem so knowledgeable about the issues of law. And those are the ones that constitute our guild, supposed to come from law school. So those are the members that usually give us direction, because without a constitution, without guidance from our colleagues from the law school, we shall not really proceed. And I strongly appreciate the fact that the university tries its level best to provide us with actually a ground that is so fertile for us to keep on participating. Last time I remember I was interacting with the university secretary, Mr. Chiranda Yusuf, who was a guild president of Makerere University, 2003, 2004. And he told me, you people have to really thank God that you're in a Makerere University. It is where you're actually practicing your leadership. You will not find such skills anywhere. So I strongly believe this can act as a portal for us to get into the outer space, because you'll find many of us, a number of students here and there, they'll come, and in one way or the other, some of them are affiliated to political parties, others are not affiliated to parties, which is absolutely I strongly believe by the time someone of them, or I'm an affiliate to FDC or National Unity Platform, that means they are eyeing something. There is something that they share in common with that particular group. So thank you so much. I think I will beg to submit for God and my country. And another thing, I would really like to apologize. I might not really be in a position to accomplish this engagement with you today, because I have a student affairs committee meeting, which is supposed to sit today before the next council meeting. So I'll leave within, I think, a few minutes from now. Otherwise, thank you so much. Congratulations, Makerere Law Society. Stay blessed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Your Excellency Ivan Sempija for your remarks and representing the position of the Guild in celebrating the Golden Jubilee with us. We are most certainly very ecstatic to have you here. It definitely speaks volumes to the relationship that we share with the Guild. Thank you very much. We are now supposed to have the speech from our principal, School of Law, Professor Chris Mbazira. And I would just like to make a brief introduction of Professor Mbazira, even when I am unworthy of making such an introduction, but Professor Mbazira is an expert in human rights and public interest litigation, having written and spoken widely on the subject of socio-economic rights in the context of the judicial application of these rights. Some of his publications have gone miles across the jurisprudence and the legal spectrum. He's a founder of NetPill, who happen to be our partners in today's event. He has also served as the chair of the Uganda Law Society Rule of Law and Strategic Litigation Committee, sits on the Uganda Law Council, and a member of the Management Committee of Law Development Center. He holds LLB from Makerere University and an LLM, which is a Master's in Human Rights from the University of Pretoria, and a PhD from the University of Western Cape in South Africa. He teaches public international law and international and regional human rights law. Perhaps the most iconic statement that we can have for an introduction today is his recent comment that stated that top judges and lawyers in the country have gone through Makerere University School of Law. And perhaps it is why we have him as our principal today, as one of the top lawyers and scholars of law in Uganda and all across. Mr. Professor Chris Mbazira, you are most welcome to share your speech with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator. All protocols observed. Honorable Justice Chiriabwire, Professor Pierre Olumumba, and all dignitaries here. It's my pleasure to be. Congratulations to Makerere Society for the 50 years of existence. It somehow parallels the 50 years of existence of the School of Law with a difference of 3 years. In 2018, as a school, we celebrated 50 years of existence. And indeed, one of the highlights of that celebration was the tremendous work that the Makerere Society has accomplished. We've seen so many achievements from the society. We've seen so many excellent leaders coming from the society. We've seen so many things happen in the school because of the work that the society has done. I'm a proud former member of the society, having been at the School of Law from 1996 to 1999. And I remember my president then, His Excellency Sim Katende, as one of the most inspirational figures that I came across as a law student. As student leaders of Makerere Society, you should not underestimate your impact on students. Some of us are what we are today because of the inspiration that we got from the present leaders in the university. Those are that we are celebrating 50 years of Makerere Society. A university is not academic, but it's also through the university. It's also about the caliber of leadership that the student population provides from time to time. Indeed, we are blessed in Makerere that over the years, we've seen the student leadership providing excellent leadership in so many respects, not only at the university level, but even beyond, in some on some occasions within national politics. In my position as principal, I appreciate the great role that the Law Society has played in the school, not only in terms of being the link between the leadership and the school, but also in terms of giving oversight to various functions of the school. As a leadership of the school, we've committed to working with the student leadership. We've committed to establishing channels of consultation. We've committed in so many respects to bringing the student leadership on board in everything that we do. I appreciate the current leadership as well as the previous leadership that has worked under my tenure as principal of the school for the cordial relationships we've had, for the contribution that you've made towards ensuring that my office successfully executes its mandate. A special appreciation and thanks to Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chiriabwire that has supported the student leadership tirelessly for so many years. He has been a key figure in terms of providing mentorship. He has been a key figure in terms of providing leadership, guiding the leadership of the students, not only in terms of programs, projects, but also sometimes actually dipping his hands into his pockets and supporting the different activities of the school. I appreciate the support that has been rendered by the presidency and the leadership of the Uganda Law Society, the society that we are all proud members of. I appreciate the support that has been rendered generally by the student fraternity as well as the legal fraternity, in addition to the leadership that has been rendered by the previous president and members of cabinet of the Makerere Law Society. It's a momentous occasion today as we celebrate 50 years. As a principal, I look forward to working with you, the current leadership, but also the leadership that may come later if my tenure is still on. And we look forward to making Makerere better. A special appreciation to Professor Pierre Lumumba. We know you're a very busy person. You've taken off time, your busy schedule to be with us today. That's something that we don't take for granted. I look forward to listening to you and to the various panelists. Thank you so much, moderator, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much, Professor Chris Mbazira, for that very precise and concise speech in regard to how grateful we are to have this day celebrated. The agenda, as stated, of course, requires us now to listen to our patron of the Makerere Law Society, who has been with us for a very long time and with our predecessors. And it gives me great euphoria now to introduce our MLS patron, who from 1991 until 1992 served as the legal assistant to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Uganda. From 1992 to 1994, he served as a senior state attorney for civil litigation in the Office of the Solicitor General of Uganda. From 1993 to 1999, he served as the company's secretary and legal counsel at Pan World Insurance Company Limited. He then acted as the general manager and executive officer at He has served as the secretary to the Porter Commission between the years of 1993 to 1995 that inquired into else. We are humbled to have him serving as the patron of the Makerere Law Society, a position to which we are grateful to have him speak to us today. Allow me gratefully and graciously invite the Honorable Makerere Law Society to address us. Thank you very much, and we are very excited to hear from you, Honorable Justice.
Thank you very much, Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Benson Mayanja. I hope you can hear me. I'd like just to confirm that. It seems there was some glitch. That is how the internet works. Can you hear me? Just confirm, please.
Yes, yes, Honorable Justice, we can hear you.
Okay, it is a great personal pleasure for me to be part of the launch of the Golden Jubilee for the Makerere Law Society. If for nothing else, for the simple reason that I am a former member of the Makerere Law Society, having been a student at Makerere, then Faculty of Law. So 50 years is a great milestone to make. And I'd like to start by recognizing Professor PLO Lumumba, the representative of the Chancellor. I think there's I have heard that there is a Vice Chancellor in attendance, Principal Dr. Mbazira, staff of the School of Law, President Waiswa and your cabinet and all former presidents of the Makerere Law Society, the cabinet of Makerere Law Society, partners, members of Makerere Law Society. I think I'll leave it there, all protocol observed. I also want to thank God for the this opportunity to celebrate 50 years of Makerere Law Society. There are many societies which start and will never make this kind of milestone. So it's a very good opportunity for us to reflect where we are, where we have come from, and where we wish to go to. I have been asked in making my remarks to say something about the history of the Makerere Law Society. I think this is to put some context into our celebrations. I was asked to be patron in 2010. So as Professor Mbazira said, I have been a patron for a long time. I took over from Justice Tabaro, who was the patron before me. It's been an interesting coming now to 10 years because I started in October. So it's also a milestone for myself. Now, the Makerere Law Society was formed on the 11th of November, 1971. This year, the Makerere Law Society is celebrating 50 years of existence. And as you have already heard, this milestone came 3 years after the Department of Law was first created. I believe it was either in the Faculty of Sciences or Arts. And then a year after, the same department was elevated to a faculty. At the time of the creation of the Makerere Law Society, there were only 95 students at the Faculty of Law, and they came from 5 different countries. According to an article by Professor Kakoza, who was then the acting dean, may his soul rest in peace, it was believed that the faculty also had the biggest percentage of female students at Makerere University at the time. It will therefore be interesting to establish who these female students were and what their career pathing was as we celebrate 50 years of the Makerere Law Society. The story of the Makerere Law Society is really a story of opening up legal training for lawyers that was originally done outside Uganda in countries like England, Ireland, and India. Immediately before the creation of the Department of Law, legal training had commenced at the Faculty of Law at the University College in Dar es Salaam, Tanganyika in 1961. Today, the Faculty of Law has evolved into the School of Law. I believe that was in 2011, with a much larger student population than in 1971. Probably 90% more, and more than half of those students are female students. So what can we now learn from the 50 years of Makerere Law Society? Has it lived up to its original billing? What is the likely strategic direction for its future? Looking at the genesis of Makerere Law Society, it is important in doing this to understand the history of Makerere Law Society. You have also to recall the political, social, and economic context in which the Faculty of Law was created. Makerere Law Society provides lawyers of the future for Uganda, and in particular, Ugandan lawyers. It must be recalled that the legal profession was not always structured to cater for Ugandan lawyers. The bar in Uganda was first created in 1904. The Uganda Legal Practitioners Rules of 1904 allowed members of the Bar of England, Scotland, or Ireland, or solicitors of the Supreme Court of England or Ireland, or pleaders who are allowed to practice in any of the high courts in India, and also what were then referred to as native vakils to practice in Uganda. The bar at the time was predominantly Asian, and indeed the first known advocate to practice in Uganda in 1904 was known as A.D. Hakim. He came from the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa, so probably he was trained there. In many ways, the restriction for natives to practice law in Uganda was targeted really at anybody who was not European. So African legal practice, if it could be called as such, was restricted to the African courts. When the Law Society came into existence in 1913, they created which is now called the role of advocates. And that role of advocates, I think, was first published in 1927. At the time, there were only 4 Asians and 8 European registered advocates on the roll. Be that as it may, it was not until 1953 that the first African lawyer was admitted to the Ugandan bar. A lecturer at Makerere University, Mr. S.D. Ross, writes as follows about the training of Africans in law. He says that, and I quote, "There was a deliberate policy of keeping Africans from studying law." Mr. Ross quotes a letter from Mr. W.F. Gowers of the British Foreign Office to the governor of Uganda, dated 7th September 1931, in which he wrote, and I quote, "that I agree that the facilities of the character suggested by Mr. A. Macmillan Moore for the admission of Africans as solicitors need not be introduced until there is some evidence that advantage is likely to be taken of them, end quote. In other words, it was assumed that Africans were not interested to become lawyers. At independence, therefore, there were only 16 African lawyers out of a total of 183 members of the Uganda Law Society. Of these African lawyers, 15 had been called to the bar in England and one had qualified in India. Mr. Ross, in his article, then makes the following startling revelation and prediction. He says, and I quote, the African lawyer played almost no role in the history of the profession, but by independence, there was no doubt that he would soon take his rightful place, end of quote. So looking at the early steps of the Makerere Law Society, Professor Joseph Kakoza, who was the first acting dean of the Faculty of Law, traces the aims of Makerere Law Society in 1971. And he points to three areas in particular. The first was to encourage the worthy traditions of the legal profession and its academic life, and to cultivate a genuine and responsible society. The other one was to establish contacts and cooperation with other organizations, institutions, or persons engaged in legal education or law practice within and outside Uganda. The third was to publish any legal literature which, in the opinion of the executive, shall best promote the interests of the society. End of quote. He then made the following comment that I think we should reflect on even today as we have our Jubilee celebrations. He said, and I quote, "It is gratifying to have the combined effort of the student society and that of the Faculty of Law in the furtherance of legal education in general and its worthy traditions, and thus, above all, bring law into the service of society." I was particularly touched by the reference, above all, bring law into the service of society. It is said that the taste of the pudding is in the eating. One of the long-standing activities of the Makerere Law Society has been the publication of the Makerere Law Journal. This has continued even though it has stalled from time to time during the last 50 years. It was my privilege to revive it when I became patron of the Makerere Law Society. A look at the lineup of its first editorial board makes interesting reading. We see the following persons. 1, Mr. C. Mubiru Musoke, then president. He went on to become a very successful criminal lawyer. Mr. R. Omonyo Jok, he was then vice president. He became a political activist and was well known in Uganda as a member of the Gang of Four. 3 is John Sentamu. He was then secretary, a magistrate who later became the first African Archbishop of York, the #2 position in the Anglican Church. Mr. E. Sempalugaizi, he was treasurer and became a judge. Number 5, we have Daniel Omara Atubo. He was chief editor of the Makerere Law Journal. He later on became secretary of Bank of Uganda and became a minister of government. Mr. Amos Trinomujuni, he was editor of the Makerere Law Journal. He went on to become director of the Law Development Center and a justice of the Court of Appeal. Mr. Y. Buyondo became a successful private legal practitioner. Mr. Kania became a justice of the Court of Appeal. Mr. S.K. Kutesa became Uganda's foreign minister and chair of the General Assembly of the United Nations. There have been many more great successes than these that I have named above. I only mention them to pay tribute to the trailblazers of Makerere Law Society and their service to the Ugandan society, and also to show that it is from the Makerere Law Society that leaders of tomorrow will be forged. I cannot fail to add to this list the most recent addition of the Honorable Justice Bart Katrebe, Chief Justice Emeritus, and the first member of the Makerere Law Society to become Chief Justice of Uganda. So now Makerere Law Society has certainly put its place in history by providing the Chief Justices and Deputy Chief Justices, the principal judges of Uganda. Now, when we look at the Makerere Law Society today and its future, I think the biggest achievement is that of continuity. It has now a relatively new constitution, that of 2005 as amended. It is clear that the Makerere Law Society is now the premier host of Ugandan law students destined to qualify as lawyers. As a result, there has also been a fundamental restructuring of the composition of the Ugandan bar since 1904 and the Uganda Law Society since 1913. It can be clearly said that Ugandans are now center stage in the Ugandan legal practice. Indeed, it is quite hard for a non-Ugandan lawyer who has studied abroad to be admitted to the bar in Uganda. So the reverse has taken place. There are hardly any non-Ugandan lawyers practicing in Uganda today as well. The Makerere Law Society, therefore, has done a commendable job, in the words of Mr. Ross, in taking its rightful place in post-independence Uganda. The activities of the Makerere Law Society, in addition to publication of the Makerere Law Journal, include public lectures, legal symposia, the annual law dinner, outreach programs, sports, and moots. A look at the constitution, however, of the Makerere Law Society in Chapter 2 shows that it has maintained the original aims that were talked about by Professor Kakoza in 1971. The question, however, remains, as indeed Professor Kakoza put it 50 years ago, as to whether Makerere Law Society has brought law into the service of society. That is a discussion that we can have during this Jubilee celebration. As patron, I see 4 challenges which I must speak about frankly that may inhibit service delivery. The first is that even though over the years, students at Makerere Law Society have grown in number, the growth in actual and active members of the Makerere Law Society has not. This has had the effect of reducing the impact of Makerere Law Society in its community, and also has led to creating a weak financial muscle. Secondly, in the presence of a worldwide pandemic with its rules of social distancing, this has further affected Makerere Law Society's mode of operation, which, as you have heard, normally involves people coming together to do their activities. Indeed, even this launch of the 50 years celebration is being conducted online. On a brighter note, it is encouraging to see that the Makerere Law Society has embraced technology to ensure continuity of its activities. This brings me to the third area of challenge, and that is the use of technology itself, which is going to become more and more a new normal. Coincidentally, this pandemic has come at a time of the advent of the 4th Industrial Revolution, otherwise popularly known as the 4IR, the Internet of Things, robotics, and artificial intelligence. The Makerere Law Society must do more to capture the implications of how technology will disrupt the practice of law in Uganda as we know it. Legal practice is rapidly becoming a service that is available on demand, like online shopping. Robots with artificial intelligence are likely to become new members of the Uganda Law Society in the long run, leading to less demand for members from the Makerere Law Society as a consequence. This may sound futuristic, but we all know that there is already a robot called Sophia with Saudi citizenship. Today, there is a growing market for legal boot AI, working on a blockchain foundation and platform that is efficient, faster, and more secure than a human being can ever be. So there is need to look at this area as well. Fourth is embracing legal skills for dispute resolution rather than litigation to render justice. This is important because for a long time, the training of students at Makerere has been to create gladiators in courtrooms. But you can see that even during this pandemic, the courtrooms have been working at limited capacity. At one stage, they were closed completely. But then justice must continue to be rendered. So for students to play a role in this area, it is important that they embrace alternatives to justice. Students can still help their communities using skills like negotiation and mediation. These tools are sometimes called alternative dispute resolution, but I have my issue with that, but that is for another conversation. But I'd like to flag and ask the School of Law under the leadership of Professor Mbazira to prioritize this instruction of alternative dispute resolution. As you know, licensing as an advocate is not necessary to practice alternative dispute resolution. Where such tools fail, then there can be a referral mechanism to the mainstream dispute resolution mechanisms like going to court. It is a start to remember that justice must begin at the Makerere Law Society. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." So let the fight of justice begin with Makerere Law Society to dispel the original pre-independence narrative that Ugandans are not ready to become lawyers who can serve their society. As I conclude, since I was not given much time to evolve this paper, the Makerere Law Society prepares lawyers to become active and useful members of the Uganda Law Society. And in this regard, I would like to thank the president of the Uganda Law Society, Madame Hall, for the support that she has given to the Makerere Law Society. The next 50 years should enhance this nexus. The next 50 years should also enhance the nexus that Professor Kakoza said of working together with the administration of the School of Law. The Ugandan lawyer may not have at the beginning defined the creation of legal practice in Uganda, but that surely does not mean that he or she will not command its future. I thank you for listening to me, and I am pleased to say that the launch of the Makerere Golden Jubilee celebrations may now proceed. Thank you very much. Back to you, moderator, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chiawire, for those very kind words and for tracking the MLS history over the past 5 decades. We are definitely learning quite a lot from that speech. On the call, we would like to just recognize Solomon Mguni, who sends greetings from the city of Bulawayo in Zimbabwe. He is a duly registered legal practitioner and notary republic, but he's also the Bulawayo mayor after being elected in September 2018. He is a profound lawyer with the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights and Christian Legal Society of Zimbabwe. Thank you very much for extending the External Correspondence Initiative and bringing regards from the Republic of Zimbabwe. We'd also like to thank Dr. Daniel Rukweza, who is an attorney and also a member of the Role of Advocates in Uganda's Courts of Judicature, a lecturer, our very loving lecturer at Makerere Law School, where he has also patroned the Makerere University Christian Law Students Union and the Makerere Moot Society. Thank you very much for publishing the book that has enriched various multitudes of students within and outside the Law Society. Thank you so much for joining us and for being a part of these celebrations. It is now with great honor that I would like to introduce the next speaker, who comes in to tell us about the opportunities that the MLS and other law schools, by extension, can look forward to when it comes to the premier law society of Uganda. In her famous words, she says that more than ever, young lawyers look up to the Uganda Law Society to articulate their issues better than ever before. And that is why I stand. So in introduction of this prolific speaker who has won the Hague Institute for Innovations in Law in those 2018 Talent to Watch, a founding member of the East Africa Young Water Professionals, former director and legal communications, a member of the Public Relations Association of Uganda, the founding member of the Public Utilities Research Center Academy of Regulatory Professionals, a student member of the International Chartered Secretaries Association, a member of the Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity, a member of the ICT Association of Uganda, a member of the Uganda Institute of Corporate Governance, a member of the East African Law Society, a member of the Uganda Law Society, who served previously as the Vice President, and currently as the Honorable Excellency, the President of the Uganda Law Society. I am much humbled and very grateful to introduce to us Her Excellency Fiona Wall, the President of the Uganda Law Society. Madam President, we are very humbled to have you on the call and very eager to listen to your words of wisdom. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam President. We are very glad to have you on the call. Sorry for that technical glitch. We shall now, we can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Madam President, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the technical glitch. Our chief guest, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, the Dean, Faculty of Law, the Patron, Makerere Law Society, my Lord, the Guild President, Makerere University, the President, Makerere Law Society, the representatives from NetPIL, the Makerere Law Society Alumni Association, of which I'm a proud member, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. I'd like to congratulate the management, the dean, the students of Makerere Law Society on making 50 years. I think this is a monumental edge for any university. And looking at the great people that Uganda has contributed to the legal profession, I think that MLS should be very, very proud. I take this opportunity to thank the Faculty of Law of Makerere University and the Makerere Law Society for the warm invitation to this event. As Uganda Law Society, when we were requested to sponsor this event using a link and any other support, this was a given because all of us owe a lot of who we are to Makerere Law Society. I extend warm greetings from the executive of the Uganda Law Society and the membership, and I'm very honored to be here today to witness this 50-year foundation and celebration. Today, as we discuss building a sustainable justice system, we can talk about amending laws to suit the times that we live in. We all know where Makerere Law Society started 50 years ago. We have seen what has happened in the constitutional dispensation of our country over the years. We have seen what has happened to democracy over the years. We have, Makerere Law Society has produced leaders in parliament, has produced people that, we have a Chief Justice, I think, who also is from Makerere Law Society. We have so much that has come from Makerere Law Society that today we celebrate every achievement we have right now because we have stood on the shoulders of giants. So as we celebrate, I hope we shall remember that the reason we had an MLS in the first place was to foster justice, was to increase access to justice, to give a voice to those that are voiceless, and to protect the constitutional integrity of our country. So we should look at the entire chain of the justice system when we're doing this. And today, we must remember that without, as Martin Luther said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So one of the things we need to remember is why Makerere Law Society? What is that role that the society is supposed to play in Uganda, for instance? I want to thank Makerere Law Society for everything they've contributed to the education of lawyers, to the preparation of leaders in this country. But most of all, there's been so many things that have been written, the journals, the books. We owe a lot of our legal knowledge to Makerere Law Society. But as we remember this, in this current dispensation, I would like, as the Uganda Law Society, to state that there are very many opportunities for the students of MLS in the Uganda Law Society. As we speak, we would like to see lawyers take their stand, take their place, and embrace their role in society. I always say that we are very privileged to practice law because it is the only profession practiced in heaven, first of all. But it is also the only profession, a whole arm of government. and that is the judiciary. You can be a parliamentarian if you're a lawyer. You can be the executive if you're a lawyer, but you cannot be a prominent member of the judiciary unless you are a lawyer. So we need to embrace our role in society. Not only do we feel the third arm of government, we need to ensure that there is actually good governance, there is rule of law in this country, and we start when we are students. This leads to the delays and level of investigations, but students, we must investigate and interrogate that we're seeing. We must interrogate our laws and look at the constitutionality of them. We must start now, and I want to say that right now there's an opportunity to write in the Uganda Law Society Journal. Please put in your abstract so that we can have you published even before you leave law school. I think that we need to hear your voices even now. We have rule of law clubs in schools that were established to promote a culture of rule of law. And as university students, we look to you to provide leadership to the rule of law clubs in primary and secondary schools. Our history has shown us that when a country descends into anarchy, it is really because we did not value the rule of law. So today we ask that you become champions of the rule of law even now as we speak. That is why I thank Makerere Law Society for inviting P.L.O. Lumumba, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. We're looking forward to hearing words of wisdom from him. We cannot land involves people. And in order to serve people better as lawyers, we need to know what we stand for. We need to be faithful to the calling to be advocates, to speak for those who have no voice. And I'm encouraging MLS right now to get more involved in Uganda Law Society activities. We have an exciting annual law conference at the end of September that is going to, at the end of August, that is going to see a lot of people from all over the world come and share ideas with us. Our theme is international, preparing Uganda's lawyers for international trade. And we're going to look at what does the continental free trade area mean for us? What does regionalization mean? If this is the agenda of the continent, are our leaders doing what they're supposed to do? Last week, I was at the African Court of Justice for Human and People's Rights. And the most challenging thing is that much as African leaders have shown discomfort with the ICC and decided to come up with their own court, we have had a challenge that even when African leaders are sent to the African Court on Human and People's Rights, they still deny the court the power to entertain cases that are coming from their citizens and NGOs in the countries. So we see a challenge with our countries not wanting to be increasingly accountable. So I'm hoping that as Ugandan lawyers, as law students, we shall remember that we are the conscience of the nation, and that we shall remember to speak up when we need to speak up, to write when we need to write, but also we have a duty to be excellent lawyers, to pursue the journey of excellence, the road less traveled, and not to just go through the motions, because your country needs you now more than it has ever needed you. In the time of COVID, in the time when there is anarchy, in the time when we've lost a lot of leaders, there is now a gap. And I'm hoping that the MLS student of today will be the leader that Uganda needs tomorrow. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. Uganda Law Society is always here for you. We shall be part of these celebrations, and we welcome you to, especially the students, to join the University Law Students Association, which we work very closely with as Uganda Law Society to continue encouraging and mentoring students. There's currently an online mentorship series that the Uganda Law Society is running every Saturday. Just be sure to look out for the links and tune in and get all the mentorship that you need. Otherwise, I'm very honored to be here. I'm looking forward to our keynote speaker, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for that nexus between the Uganda Law Society and the Makerere Law Society. As students of the law, we are always grateful to listen in to words of encouragement from persons who have perhaps reached the helm of the legal ladder. And for that, we are definitely grateful for having spared your time and an effort to ensure that students of law all across the country are able to benefit from the initiatives of the Uganda Law Society. Thank you very, very much. We are privileged to have a number of members on the call. We would like to thank you all for entering your appearance into this momentous, in the words of the Lord Mayor, who happens to also be an alumni, member of the alumni. It's definitely a momentous occasion for us all, and we are grateful that you spared your time to be with us and celebrate with us this golden jubilee of the Makerere Law Society. And therefore, without further ado, the next speaker that is meant to take the center stage or the podium is our guest speaker, Professor Peel Olumumba, of whom we have had great things. And it is only, just 1 second, just mute someone. All right, it is certainly a great pleasure to have him. I would only now ask that our patron does the requisite introduction.
I've already said that I do not want to be introduced elaborately. Those who want to know who I am can Google that, and that I be allowed to speak upon my introduction as a lawyer and a teacher in Kenya. That is sufficient.
Much obliged, Professor Peel Olumumba. I believe we are very ready to listen in from you.
First, let me say how glad I am to be invited to share my thoughts with you on the occasion of the celebration of your 50 years since establishment. I recognize their lordship, the judges who are present in this forum. I also recognize the academics who are present in the forum, the president of the Uganda Law Society, the president of the Makerere University Students Society, and the students who are present this morning to celebrate the great work that your society has achieved over the last 50 years. In the scheme of things, 50 years is a very short time, but has been an opportunity for the university and her alumni to demonstrate to Uganda and indeed Africa that the institution is worthy of celebration. His Lordship took us through the history of the faculty, now School of Law, and was able to demonstrate by making reference to the contribution that has been made by the alumni of the university and specifically the School of Law. And it is clear that the graduates of Makerere Faculty of Law have contributed monumentally in the history of Uganda and by extension, East Africa, and by extension, Africa, and by extension, the world. But this morning, I've been asked specifically to address the subject of the role of students in democratization. When one is asked to speak on a subject such as that, one is likely to descend into defining what democracy is. I will not, because I am aware that I'm speaking to law students who have gone through courses in which they have been told what democracy is. Serve to point out that given the history of our countries and the manner in which we teach law, the definitions which you have been exposed to are fundamentally Eurocentric definitions. And perhaps it is in a forum such as this that we must now ask ourselves whether the time has come that we must begin to reconfigure the DNA of some of these foundational terms. Because as you know, even if I said I would not define democracy, that the tendency from Eurocentric scholars, and we sometimes are, is to define democracy as handed down to us by scholars from the West. Indeed, many an African scholar feels that they are at the acme of learning and education when they cite sources from England or the United States of America, in itself a vestige of mental colonization. So that we will define democracy as a government of the people, by the people, for the people, because Abraham Lincoln said so, and we are told that he said so. We will also define democracy as being present where we have multi-party politics, periodic elections, and indeed we have the civil society. But perhaps now, as younger scholars, it is time to ask the question whether this is what democracy constitutes, or whether a democracy, the definition notwithstanding, should be understood to mean a political environment in which the people's will is expressed, and also to appreciate that there can never be one size fits all democracy. That is why the United States of America calls ourselves a democracy, and Japan calls herself a democracy, and Uganda also calls herself a democracy, notwithstanding that their DNA and structures may not be the same. So we must warn ourselves when we are asked to speak about words which are as malleable as democracy, and begin to interrogate their DNA and begin to deconstruct that DNA and begin to re-engineer their DNA, particularly in the African continent, which has become a victim of the thing that we call democracy. I say a victim because in the recent past, particularly in the post-Berlin Wall collapse, we have seen that in the quest for democracy, elective democracy, many African countries descend into chaos. Just this morning, you will have seen that the elections will be held in Zambia on the 12th day of August, and you've seen that the military has been deployed in the streets of Zambia. You yourselves in Uganda have seen during electioneering period when security forces are deployed in the streets of Kampala and other cities. You've seen that happen in Kenya. You've seen that happen in Ghana and many other countries, which calls into question whether when we talk about democracy in that sense, and when we talk about elections as the defining character of democracy, whether indeed we have not been victimized by this thing called democracy as handed down to us by the conceptual West. I say these preliminary things because I'm speaking to lawyers and lawyers in the making, lawyers who upon graduation will to themselves as learned friends. But do we ever interrogate why we call ourselves learned friends? Many of you will know that the term or the reference learned friends has a long history. It is a history that was only preserved to choice professions, 3 to be exact. The medical profession, medical doctors were allowed to refer to themselves as learned friends. Lawyers were allowed to refer to themselves as learned friends, and theologians were allowed to refer to themselves as learned friends. Why? The question is, it is because the law is a qualification which requires extensive training. We are the only profession in the world, if I ignore the others for a moment, that can claim to have a smattering of knowledge of everything there is. Many of you who are lawyers will know. Many of you who are judges will know. Many of you who are lawyers in the making will know that when you are called upon to adjudicate on anything, if you are a judge, even if you are a doctor, you hand down a decision which will bind doctors. If it is an engineering issue, you hand down a decision which will bind engineers. And if you are a lawyer and you are cross-examining a doctor, many of you will remember the many occasions when you make the doctors look bad, notwithstanding that you are not doctors yourself. That is why we are a learned profession. And when you are a learned profession, it behooves you to ensure that you conduct yourself with the greatest of dignity. That when you are a learned profession, you ensure that you are a warrior for truth and justice. That when you are a member of the learned profession, you ensure that you are a warrior for that which is good in the society. And I heard the judge speaking so very passionately and eloquently about the role of a lawyer in society, particularly in pre-industrial societies. Remember, there are many times when those in the society perceive us as being parasitic of the societies rather than as agents of social engineering. When we talk about the role of students in society and therefore democracy, we must always ask ourselves, are we parasitic upon the society? In other words, is the society the poorer because we are lawyers, or society is the better because we are lawyers? And I dare say, ladies and gentlemen, that a lawyer is an important agent in any society. Many of us who practice law remember that the law gives us an opportunity to be midwives in the process of determining justice according to law. It is an honorable profession because it is something that allows you to sit in judgment of your fellow men and women if you are a judge. It is an important profession because if you are a defense lawyer, it gives you an opportunity to ensure that your client, if it is a criminal case, is not subjected to the vagaries of law without proper order. It is an important and a honorable profession if you are prosecuting a criminal case to ensure that those who engage in calumny are not allowed to be dangerous to the society. And if you are in a civil environment and you are dealing with a commercial matter, it is important that you are a midwife to ensure that justice is done. And that, to me, is a critical role that we play in our societies. But we must always remember that to whom much is given, a lot is expected. It is therefore incumbent upon us at all times to remember that in as much as the law is our source of livelihood, we must conduct ourselves with decorum and dignity. And that requires, among other things, that we are ethical. It requires, among other things, that we are true to justice. It requires, among other things, that we are humble. It requires, among other things, that we recognize that the nobility of our profession notwithstanding, we are not the possessors of the monopoly of knowledge and wisdom, and that therefore we must carry ourselves with humility. Indeed, we must be the personification of humility. But we must also be warriors for truth. We must be prepared to be warriors for truth and to be sacrificial about it. Those of you who have had the advantage of listening to Nigeria's Wole Soyinka will tell you, and particularly when you read his little book, his prison diary, The Man Died, he says, the man dies in silence who remains silent in the face of tyranny. It therefore is incumbent upon us at all times when we are dealing with the larger society to be present in the rooftops. And when I talk about rooftops, I'm not talking about them literally, I'm speaking metaphorically, that we use the forums which are available to us to be present in the arena for purposes of articulating what is good and just for society, even when we are threatened with personal danger and when our safety and our well-being is threatened. Many lawyers in Uganda have done that. Many lawyers in Uganda have paid the ultimate price. And you young men and women who are students have a duty to follow in that path. Remember, great men and women rise on the shoulders of greater men and women who preceded them. But for those of us who are teachers and those who are teaching you, remember always that it is our desire that you are better than us, because there is no greater recompense for a teacher than to produce pupils who surpass them. But that requires a number of things. It requires for you to ask the question, what kind of student are you? I remember that question being posed by a great Ghanaian, Kwejir Agri, James Eman Kwejir Agri, sometimes referred to as the Agri of Africa. You will remember this James Kwejir Agri when he was one of the leading lights of the Ghanaian struggle for independence. When he was talking to young Ghanaians, he told them, and that was on the eve of independence, that in order for Ghana, then known as Gold Coast, to be a great country, it is incumbent upon our young men and women to be young men and women who are imbued with the desire to serve society, that they are imbued with the desire to change their societies, and that in the quest to change their societies, that they must start from the beginning. They must change themselves. They must change their villages. They must change their neighborhoods. They must change their countries so that when they are dead and gone, and we have the opportunity to write the obituary, we may say of them, the society was the better, because these were students who knew what they wanted and they were sacrificial in serving their countries. I am now urging you that that is the kind of student that you must be, because there is a time for everything. There is a time to be a student, and this is that time. And when you are a student, you must ask yourself, what kind of student are you? Are you a good student who is demonstrating that in the fullness of time you will grow into a great student? Chile's Salvador Allende said in the 1960s that when you are a university student and you are not a revolutionary, there is something wrong with you. I therefore urge all students of Makerere School of Law to be revolutionaries. But what kind of a revolutionary? And revolting against what and about what? These are the questions. And when I talk about being a revolutionary, I'm not talking about fire-eating pseudo-revolutionaries whose only claim to fame will be that they are in the arena and in the front yard when there is a riot. No, that is not my kind of revolutionary. My kind of a revolutionary is one who has conquered himself. My kind of a revolutionary is one who has identified the problems of the society. My kind of a revolutionary is one who has therefore said that I'm going to participate in the struggle to change the society. My kind of revolutionary is the one who says that I'll speak truth to power, but not with the arrogance that will inflame their anger, but with the firmness that will open their eyes. I'm urging you to be that kind of revolutionary, because when you are that kind of revolutionary, then you can change your society. And our societies are crying for change. I want the young student now to be a student who is not stuck in the past, who glorifies the past. No, the past must be glorified, but we must never be fossilized in the past. I know that the present is a child of the past, and the future a child of the present. So we must be prepared to contribute in a positive fashion. I have no doubt in my mind that Makerere School of Law provides you with an environment where you will be incubated, so that when you go out into Uganda, you'll be a good Ugandan who, by dint of his or her presence, will see Uganda's agriculture change, will see Uganda's politics change, will see Uganda's laws being implemented, will see Uganda's lives change, and that when you go into your village, you'll be an agent of change. But you'll not be so provincial as to be only confined to Uganda, that you'll be a good East African who will be able to dissolve the boundaries that exist, the artificial boundaries that were handed down to us by the colonialists in Berlin in 1884 and 1885, that you'll be able to dissolve that. You'll be a good East African. That you'll not only be a good East African, you'll be a good African who is able to see the initiatives that are being undertaken to change the continent of Africa, that you'll be familiar with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, that you'll be familiar with Africa Agenda 2063. That is the Ugandan lawyer that I want to see. That lawyer will be good for Uganda. That lawyer will be a warrior for democracy. That lawyer will be the lawyer that is going to change society. That lawyer that will be the lawyer that will be pioneering the next 50 years for Makerere University. I have no doubt in my mind that you have the intellectual wherewithal and the intellectual firepower to ensure that that is achieved. And that is all I urge you. That is all I hear the judges present here urge you. That is all I hear the academics here urge you. That is all I hear the president of the Uganda Law Society urge you. So go out there into the world in the knowledge that greatness is born out of humility. And I remember so very vividly an example that I've given times without number about humility, and it takes me to Greece of old. And it tells me that at one time, the oracle of Apollo wanted to determine who was the wisest person in Greece. And it tells me that the oracle of Apollo went yonder into Greece and listened to great wise people. I want to imagine to myself that in that quest, he must have met Aristophanes, Sophocles, and all the others. And then when he went to Socrates, he asked Socrates, having of course asked the others who praised themselves, he asked Socrates, what do you know? And Socrates famously said, the only thing that I know is that I know nothing. I want you to go out there in the knowledge that no matter what you know, knowledge and the field of knowledge is without limit, and that you know nothing, and that what you are good for is that you are in constant quest for knowledge. When you are the personification of humility, you'll be a good student. And when you are a good student, when you graduate, you'll be a good lawyer. And when you are a good lawyer, you'll be a good citizen. And when you are a good citizen, you'll be a good African. And when you're a good African, you'll be a good human being. And when you're a good human being, you'll be an agent for democracy, in my definition to mean service for humanity without expecting anything in return. God bless you and have a great 50 years on as you celebrate 50 years since. Be blessed.
Thank you very much, Professor P.L. Lumumba, for those wise words and for that impartation of knowledge upon thine minds of very eager young students who are willing to listen in and cultivate the ideologies of Africanacity and Pan-Africanism and democracy and our role as students in the birth of that democracy. Thank you very much for that time and for that lecture. Surely, in the words of William Shakespeare, if I can do nothing, if I were ever to do nothing, I would say thank you. And thank you it is from us. We would now like to invite our president to give a vote of thanks and allow this session, the first session of excusing the professor to go on to his other pressing demands, to take over from here. Mr. Grace Waiswa, President, kindly extend our vote of thanks as the Makerere Law Society to the great wisdom that we have received from all our speakers today and await the next session. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, our chief guest and our keynote speaker, Professor P.L. Lumumba, for that inspiring speech. I am very confident that the spirit of revolutionarism, the spirit of leadership, and the spirit of desire to participate in the democratization of our country has been ignited amongst the students of the School of Law. I know that today marks a new chapter of special participation of the School of Law and its members and the Makerere Law Society in the democratization of this country and in the politics of the nation, shaping the narrative for Makerere Law School, for Makerere University, for the universities in Uganda, and even across East Africa and beyond. I thank you for the confidence that you exhibit, and you have showed in us, the confidence that you have in young people to be great and to be having the intellectual prowess to ensure that we achieve that which we are set up for. I know that you have a lot of commitments, and that we would love to say thank you on behalf of the Makerere Law Society and on behalf of the people that are attending this session, and on behalf of the Makerere University, and on behalf of everyone who has joined us on this launch of the 50th anniversary celebrations. We know that you have done a good job with the P.L. Lumumba Foundation. I encourage students of Makerere University to find out about the P.L. Lumumba Foundation, a foundation that fosters leadership principles amongst young people and challenges young people to be agents of change in their communities. The P.L. Lumumba Foundation has a branch here, and we have partnered with them to ensure that we have a Professor P.L. Lumumba coming to speak with us. So I encourage every one of you to find out more about the P.L. Lumumba Foundation. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a session where students are going to be able to debate and on the impartation that the Professor P.L. Lumumba has put across to us, that has imparted in us. And it's going to be a very interesting session. It's going to be chaired by the NetPIL representative, the representative for the network of public interest lawyers, because Professor Pierre Olumumba has been saying that as you are going out of law school, are you getting out there to impact society? Are you going out there to be the lawyer that is studying the law, not only to benefit from the monies and the payment that come from it, but also impacting your society with it? So we have partnered with the Network for Public Interest Lawyers to chair a panelist, international panelist session. And I know that these panelists are going to have a very fruitful discussion that you would love to attend. And so I pass over the mantle to the Right Honorable Speaker to take us through as we go on to that session. I welcome you all and thank you very much for joining us today.
Felicitations, felicitations, felicitations. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Grace, for that vote of thanks. It certainly speaks into the for the chair that he has just appointed with knowledge. The comment section, which I see has enabled us receive a lot of gratitude for the knowledge that the individuals have had the opportunity to drink from that proverbial spring of knowledge. We would like to thank you so much for reigniting and invoking that spirit of democracy and the obligation that students have in the delivery of democracy in any dispensation such as this in Africa and beyond, and even further to the principle of humanity. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Honorable Justice. Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Wall. And we would like, if you can, to listen in to the students that have been selected to participate in a panel discussion on the very same topic, perhaps now with the insight that they have had from such amazing enrichment of knowledge and guidance from persons who have walked the walk that we wish to walk. We imagine that then their deliberations would be, they would be in tandem with that which has been preached today. So according to our program, we're meant to have a speech from the NetPIL representative, who is meant to usher in the session of the panelists of the panel discussion and allow our moderator for the panel discussion to equally take over the mantle to lead that conversation. We ask that you stay on the call to listen into what these young minds have to share in regard to the topic itself. Thank you very much for listening in to me and to everyone else who has spoken at this gracious moment. I would now like to invite the NetPIL representative to welcome us into the next segment of this online launch. Thank you very much, and you're welcome.
Good morning to us all, and congratulations to MLS and all those that have been or have benefited from the existence of MLS. Nsereko Arthur is my name, and I coordinate the network of public interest lawyers here at the School of Law, Makerere University. In absentia, I want to appreciate Professor P.L. Olumumba for that crisp, insightful address that he has shared with us as young lawyers and as lawyers already in practice. All protocol observed. We appreciate your presence. About the network of public interest lawyers, we are an umbrella organization that brings together individuals, law firms, and non-government organizations with a commitment to engage in public interest litigation so as to achieve social justice. And NetPIL has been in existence since 2015, and its establishment was spearheaded by the Public Interest Law Clinic here at the School of Law, Makerere University. The Public Interest Law Clinic was established at the School of Law in 2012, becoming the first clinic established at a university in Uganda. And the clinic provides opportunity for law students to engage and lead different initiatives on access to justice. And for us as NetPIL and as PILAC, this is a great opportunity for MLS to be pushing for the student-led agenda. Our vision as NetPIL is a legal profession committed to serving the justice needs of the society. And so we are out to promote and strengthen public interest lawyering as a means to pursue social justice. So what is NetPIL here to offer students? One of our objectives as NetPIL is to establish and support the establishment of NetPIL University chapters. At the onset of NetPIL, we did build a cadre of lawyers who are interested in pursuing social justice and public interest lawyering. However, we discovered that each time as a clinic, we churned out graduates from Makerere University, we would send them into a field that was dominated by commercial practice. And so the idea of NetPIL was birthed to build a cadre of lawyers who are already in practice, but are interested in social justice and public interest litigation. Then along the years, we discovered that probably we need to get the young lawyers while they are still at their formative stages and interest them in issues, social justice and public interest litigation, hence the NetPIL University chapters. So we are in the process of establishing these university chapters, not only in Uganda, but also in the sub-region and later on in the region. And it is for this reason that we are partnering with the Makerere Law Society as we celebrate 50 years of MLS. Probably a time will come when we shall celebrate 50 years of the NetPIL University chapter. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite us to be a part of the discussion that is going to follow. I'm here and I'm very much interested in listening into what the lawyers in training have to say about their position in the bigger dream of democracy. And here at NetPIL, we believe that PIL is one of those avenues through which we can address our democratic concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you for the next session, and I look forward to the great deliberations that will come out of this. Congratulations once again to MLS, the executive, and everybody that is standing with them throughout the next period as we celebrate 50 years. And good morning to you.
Thank you very much for that very exclusive and comprehensive introduction of the NetPIL and how exactly it is contributing to the democracy within our nation and cutting across to the different scopes of the region. So thank you very much for that introduction. And I think at this point, I would like to introduce the panelist, or to invite the panelist, Mr. Godwin Toko, who will then give this panel discussion direction and be able to steer it into the direction that it is intended to achieve and enable us reap from the knowledge that shall be dispensed by the members on this call and the panelists. Mr. Godwin Toko, thank you so much for sparing your time. Please, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayanja. I am extremely privileged to have been invited to moderate this panel discussion by the students. I'm going to begin by introducing my panel, and the discussion today is the role of students in a contemporary democracy. A lot has been said, and I hope that the discussion will center around that and even bring in a better perspective and bring in much more so that we can all learn. The panel today, ladies and gentlemen, is made up of 6 ladies and gentlemen. The first one is Mariama Sowe. She is the president of Gambia Law Students Association and a student at the University of Gambia, the Faculty of Law. We'll also be joined by Elvis Cosmas, the president of Straightmore Law Clinic. The third is joining us from Makerere University, and that is Mr. Berry Ainomgisha, the presidential advisor of Makerere Law Society. Joining us from Makerere University Business School is Robinson Ogwang Apunyo, who happens also to be the guild president. We are also joined by Tumweva Zake Elizabeth, the president of Uganda Christian University Law Society, Mukono. And the last but not the least is William Ronald Asimwe, president, Uganda Law Students Association. Like I said, the discussion is on the topic, the role of students in a contemporary democracy. So the background to this is that today, democracy is the most widely known form of government around the world. From Denmark to the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Many of these governments will in a way identify as a democracy, either in name, legislation, or in practice. Basically defined, democracy is a system of government by representation where universal suffrage based on a particular bare minimum of qualifications like age is used. In Uganda, the age stands at 18 as of today. It is regardless of your tribe, regardless of your religion, regardless of your race, regardless of whether you're a man or woman. When you get to 18, you are eligible to vote in Uganda. Democracy, like the novel coronavirus, tends to change, or should I say, tends to be changed by people. So in different places, it is practiced differently. Article 1 of the Chinese constitution describes China as a socialist state under the people's democratic dictatorship, placing two other words, contradictory words, democracy and dictatorship next to each other. So depending on how you see it, if you go by that wording alone, China can actually qualify as a democracy, but many will argue that it is not. Some of the key indicators of democracy around the world include the ability of citizens to hold their leaders to account, regular, free and fair elections, stability of government, rule of law, human rights, a very active and strong civil society, among others. This is the topic that the panel of students from Uganda and from across the continent, especially Gambia, is going to help us look into today. So I will begin by setting the rules. One, when we call upon a panelist, we give them 3 minutes for them to speak. And I will not interrupt them until they are done. If there's any question, I'll bring it at that point. We shall have the first round and the second round of questions to the panel, after which then we'll allow the audience to bring in their questions, and then we shall have the last session. So without further ado, I want to confirm that we are going to start the discussion right now. And question 1 is going to go to Elizabeth, who joins us from UCU, where she is the president of the Law Society. So Elizabeth, this is your question. Just to give this discussion light, to set us rolling, what in your view is democracy? Looks like we haven't been joined by Elizabeth yet. So I'll put that question instead to Barry Aino Mugisha, whom I'm sure is here with us. So Mr. Barry Aino Mugisha, what is democracy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Godwin. Can you please confirm to me that I'm audible enough?
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, the definition of democracy is not a definite one. I don't think we can have a universally acceptable definition of democracy, but we can use the specific tenets and traits of democracy to give a picture and an illustration of what can constitute democracy and what can be termed as democracy. Like you illustrated in the beginning, one, a democratic government or a democratic system is one that is characterized by one, accountability to the electorate or to the populace. Secondly, democracy is characterized by rule of law and respect and appreciation of human rights, their universality, and their inalienable nature. Thirdly, democracy is also characterized by routinely and periodic elections. So where those three tenets are in absence, we cannot claim to have a democratic government. So I think we cannot easily have a blanket statement or word to define what constitutes democracy as a system of governance, but we can have a definition that is hinged on specific principles and tenets that constitute what a democratic government should look like. Briefly, that's what I would explain democracy to be.
Thank you, Barry. Let's move to Mariama. Mariama, almost every country on the African continent today identifies as a democracy in some way or another. You come from Gambia, which is, of course, on the African continent. So how relevant is democracy as a system of government on the African continent today?
Good morning. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, please, you are.
Oh, thank you so much. I am pretty much glad to be part of this celebration. And I just want to seize the opportunity to congratulate Makerere Law School for celebrating Golden Jubilee. Congratulations to all of you, the executive and everyone that have put this this platform. I think it's going to be a very, very important one. And also it's going to be a very educative process. So yes, I come from the Republic of the Gambia, and I believe democracy, like Barry have stated, democracy, it's important if you look at it, especially on the side of rule of law, justice, and also political participation, because these are the fundamental elements of democracy. Now, when it comes to Africa, I know we have been, struggling a lot to attain what democracy is. This is because we have not, for the past years or decades, been, known for what democracy is, what rule of law is, and a whole lot of things. And just to come back to your question, I think democracy, it's fundamental in Africa in so many ways. One of the things that it's actually have to bring is the idea of equality. Now, we've struggled a lot, and we're still struggling when it comes to equality, when it's come to the rule of law, because people are really not, the same or equal before the law. And minority have continued to struggle a lot in Africa. So having democracy, it will promote equality and also accountability. We have to hold our government, our leaders accountable. So having democracy in our society or Africa at large, it will help in holding our government and political leaders accountable to what they do and what they want to do. And the other important thing too is citizen participation. Citizens, the people, the citizen, they have to participate in democracy, has to participate in political and electoral process. This can only be attainable when we have democracy in our society. And also when we talk about rule of law, which is one of the fundamental elements of democracy, I think when we have democracy in Africa, and South Africa can serve one example recently when the former president, Jacob Zuma, is brought to justice. I think this is one of the things, the importance and also the beautiful of democracy in Africa, that everyone will be seen as equal before the law. And when everyone is equal before the law, justice can be attainable in that area. And also it will also include, like I said, political participation and also transparency. The people, the government, our leaders will be transparent enough, because they know once they are not transparent, they have a civil society that will hold them to accountable. So democracy is really fundamental in Africa. Yeah, so I just want to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I confirm that Elizabeth is now with us, the president, Uganda Christian University Law Society. So Elizabeth, this is your question. Some have argued that with democracy comes a couple of things that are strange and foreign and unacceptable to the Africans. Human rights comes with things like gay rights and homosexual rights. Women own their bodies, they can dress as they want, they can abort if they want, they can have a kid when they want, and all that. And some have argued that this is un-African, this is anti-African. So in your own view, do you think it is time that Africans adopt democracy, but selectively, that they pick out a few of its good and leave out some of the bad, in quotes that is? Or do you think democracy as it is, as is universally understood, is just the right deal for Africa?
Thank you so much, Mr. Godwin, for an opportunity such as this. Wow, my question is really quite interesting, but before I proceed, yes, I would love to congratulate Makerere Law Society upon this great step, and also thank the recurrent speakers for the words of wisdom that they have really expressed and exhibited. On my thoughts on whether I think that Africa needs to sort of cherry pick on the different aspects of democracy and human rights that are coming in and about in the world and in the country, I think that from the onset, let me give an example with our culture and our homes. Let's say when we are growing up at home, there's a way things are done at home, and a child will grow up knowing this is how things are, this is how we operate in this particular home. So for that particular child, that could be their analogy of democracy. And so they would, if probably a neighbor came in with this whole other theory of how a home ought to be conducted, it would seem like that ideology is being imposed on this particular child from this different kind of home. So as Africans, it's even stated in the preamble of our constitution that most of our laws are as a result of who we actually are. And I believe that if we are to embrace democracy, then we are going to embrace it in light of who we are as Africans, and not in light of who people want us to be. So I believe that even when we are, yes, in the light of moving towards democracy, and there are so many ideas, so many ideas from the different countries all over. But as Africans, I believe that the beginning point for us to embrace a democracy is not to deviate from who we actually are as people. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And this is a follow-up question for you still. So what are those particular aspects of democracy that you think we as Africans should ditch, and the ones that we should adopt?
For starters, I think one of the things that we should probably put aside is, for example, I don't know if anyone else on this call has experienced this, but there was really a lot of male chauvinism in our past. But of late, we are seeing a sort of round table discussion amongst families. So I think that, yes, in moving towards democracy, yes, it would be nice to embrace equality in a home, so that it's not only the father or maybe the head of the household who has the final say, but even the children can take part in the communication process, in the decision-making process. So I think that is one of the things that we can do away as we, hope to embrace democracy. Because if children are brought up knowing that they also have an opinion in their different homes, then that's how we shall see more people coming up in society, able to speak and air out their views. Yes, and I think part of the things that we can actually, yes, I think that's what we can deal away with. And something that we can proceed with, let me continue to think about it. I will get back to you shortly. Yes, thank you.
Interesting. As you think about that, let's turn to Ronald. Ronald, your question is similar to that one that Elizabeth just answered. Recently, we saw the strict application of the rule of law in South Africa that led to the imprisonment of former President Jacob Zuma that Mariama hinted on earlier. In the aftermath of his imprisonment, there was this nationwide catastrophe. There were demonstrations that turned into riots, that turned into looting, that turned into army on the streets. There was death, there was injuries. One of the banks in South Africa estimated that they're going to need no less than 2 years to recover the loss that the economy suffered as a result of the chaos that ensued. You could argue that if they hadn't imprisoned Nelson Mandela, if they had done things the way other democracies in Africa do it, some people are not imprisoned, maybe that would be better. Do you think the rule of law is something that Africans should consider, but fit into their circumstances, not imprison some people, imprison only others as they adopt the idea of democracy?
Thank you so much. My name is Asimo Ronald Williams, and I'm the chairperson Uganda Law Students Association. First of all, before I proceed, I want to congratulate Makerere Law Society upon reaching the milestone. I think upon reaching your golden jubilee, the year 50 years. So, of course, on behalf of the Uganda on behalf of the UNSA committee, I want to congratulate you and I wish you well. And also, of course, I want to thank the panelists, my colleague Elizabeth, for having, of course, discussed the issue very well. So, of course, coming back to my question, first of all, we should recognize that rule of law is a very fundamental aspect in any democratic country. Of course, basing on what prevailed and what happened in South Africa by arresting the former president, His Excellency Jacob Zuma, of course, recalling to the law of Uganda and of course to the international treaty, there is no one who is above the law. So first of all, while we are trying to embrace and of course enforce democracy, we should look at a particular things which are supposed to be, of course, done as a country. For example, my argument I would actually in support of what happened in South Africa. Likewise, you know, in Africa, we have had very many historical presidents who are untouchables. And of course, as a result, they have done very many tyrannies and very many, they have done very many things that some of them have not actually thought of that can result to either imprisonment or to any other effect. So I think while enforcing democracy, we should also look at what impact or what that someone violated while or during their term of office has caused or has affected to the country. For example, you see in South Africa, the rationale of arresting His Excellency, the former President Jacob Zuma, of course, it was an aspect of rule of law. If the law mandates that whoever commits an act which is inconsistent with the Constitution of South Africa, he or she should be arrested, then such a law should be enforced. However, of course, I would, of course, come out to condemn any, of course, any behavior acts that happened thereafter his arrest. Of course, the destruction of properties, of course, lobbying, and all that happens, which are very, very uncertain. Of course, I would myself condemn such. But in a situation where any person, in spite of their positions, in spite of who they are, democracy calls for rule of law. So as of course, as a human rights lawyer, as an intending lawyer, and a rule of law upholder, of course, I would say his arrest was reasonable. Of course, we should know, Mr. Coordinator, we should also know that however much democracy is needed and enforcement of rule of law is also needed, there are some circumstances where someone actually must think. And of course, while enforcing democracy and while, of course, implementing rule of law, there are certain things we should look at as a country. For example, if such can cause or can result to other upheavals or other conflicts, then it should be a question of law. It should be a question of interpretation. Which measures can we use to make sure that even after his arrest, people are settled? We shall not have chaos. We shall not have violence. So I think the approach or the approach on which the South African South African law enforcement used, I think it is questionable, because if it was in a very very proper manner, then there is no reason to why these people could have come up to riot.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to turn to Elvis, who has been waiting patiently for his question. Elvis, universities are generally places where knowledge is generated, debated, actually rigorously debated, and that is their main purpose. They generate ideas that guide society and test so many things. Between the 60s and 80s, a number of African young men in universities were so interested in the governance of their countries. They are so interested in ideas like democracy, Pan-Africanism, and universities like Dar es Salaam in Tanzania nurtured very many of these. Let's talk about President Museveni of Uganda. Talk about the late John Garang of South Sudan. The university nurtured them. There was a conducive environment where they then used and jettisoned to become leaders of their countries and to push the agenda of democracy and rule of law and all this. Today, there's a fear among some people that the university students in Uganda, in Africa, as a continent, are more concerned about European football. They are more concerned about Big Brother Niger and all these other things, and less concerned about the governance and issues around them. Why do you think this is the case? What explains this tremendous change?
Thank you, Gordon, for your question. Before I begin, all protocol observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning still. Yeah, and basically just also wanted to join the preceding speakers on congratulating the entire Makerere fraternity for celebrating this achievement and milestone, which is not easy. And I'm honored to actually. Now, back to your question on, why are the interests of us as the, future leaders in terms of the legal field and legal sphere diverting away from, issues of governance? I'd like take us back slightly to what the good Justice Geoffrey had mentioned, and Professor Pielo, with regards to there's an element of mentorship that we always derive from the before of transgenerational aspiration that comes as a result of seeing the actions of those that have gone before us. And as a result of that, I am not pointing fingers at anybody and saying that the older generation is to blame. But basically, one of the reasons as to why we as the future leaders in the legal sphere do not actually aspire for seats in governance is because, number one, it's not as aspirational because we lack the mentorship to actually go that far. The people that are actually in positions of governance are not portraying this element of goodwill towards society, because it's good to actually have structures in legal systems that ensure that we are all asserting the fact that power belongs to the people, and we are here for the sovereign rule, and democracy is part of what we stand for. But it all boils down to the goodwill of the individuals. Now, that goodwill is not attained by virtue of just being placed in a position of leadership. It's cultivated through, number one, as you had pointed out, education. In spheres of legal scholarship, we're able to cultivate this culture in itself. That's why people like the good Professor Makerere Mugo argue that schools are supposed to have what we call decolonized spaces in which we can actually advocate for, speaking. And I know for a fact, a few professors have actually pointed out that schools are not churches. So we are not here to regurgitate information. We're here to create and contribute to the body of legal scholarship within the African continent. And therefore, so ideally our interests have now diverted simply because, number one, we lack the mentorship. Number two, we also have, we can't dispute the fact that students also have interest in those particular spheres. And within that, there are actually elements of governance that will arise as a result of that. And therefore, I guess to answer your question in a nutshell, I will boil it down to mentorship at this moment. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, mentorship is the key word there. So just to continue with what you just said, I'm going to do a sort of survey. So I'll begin by asking Robinson, who is a student in Uganda. Robinson, how conducive is the university environment today for a student to nurture their political career, to practice and promote democracy, to understand all these ideas? Just how conducive is it today?
Thank you so much, Comrade Toko. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Makerere University Business School, I would like to congratulate Makerere Law School upon making 50 years in existence and producing, I think, very responsible citizens of this country and across the region as well. And thank you so much for constantly engaging. Going straight into what you asked, Toko, I think universities at the moment provide a very conducive environment for youth participation and engagement in politics. However, it's a personal initiative that each one of us should take into making sure these engagements are actually, and these opportunities are taken up in different spaces that we're in. But universities literally give equal opportunities to everyone to get engaged into active politics, because giving us the opportunity to have the student leadership and giving us the opportunity to be part of management and in the management of affairs of students, it gives us a clear indication that it's actually very open. However, when it comes to national, we have to marry our student participation in politics nationally as well, because when you become the guild, for instance, I'm the guild president of Makerere University Business School, there are certain things that we have to present direct to the central government. And therefore, any time and any opportunity that we get to present some of these things, the question of which political party or which political ideology do you believe in is the first thing that comes in. And therefore it brings the misinterpretation of our presentation of ideas as being an opposition. And we have seen student movements that we very well know that has been the main reason some of the leaders that we have in our nations at the moment are where they are. They started with the student movement. So they realized that it's actually a very good thing for you to break down the student movement from its inception and make sure it doesn't go on. So we have seen scenarios where student movements currently are being demonized and taken to be things that, are against the government. But within the institution itself, we have these equal opportunities. It is actually even gender sensitive that all of us are given opportunity to come up. And so it is upon ourselves to come up and start taking up these positions. But universities have no problem giving us the avenue and the environment. The problem is when we now get out into the external stakeholders, that is where the problem starts coming in. Thank you, Toko.
Thank you, Robinson. For context, let me ask the very question to Mariama, who comes from Gambia, if things are any different that side. So Mariama, how conducive is this university environment for student participation in democracy and politics in Gambia?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, yeah, so thank you so much. So when you come to the Gambia, like the former speaker just rightly said, we have student unions. We also have various faculty presidents, executive that runs the activities of the school. And also we participate, we also have representatives when it comes to the Senate. But I think there are a lot of limitations when it comes to student participation in politics. And this is not because of our leaders per se would limit us, but I believe it's kind of fellowship and also the student leaders that we also have. Now, when we put student leaders to actually, run for our activities and also to make sure that our voices are heard, but these student activities will end up being puppets to the people that we actually have to lock on, to make sure that our voices are heard. Now, in the Gambia, especially at the University of the Gambia, we have a very vibrant student union that have represented the voices of the people. But I believe there are a lot of things when it comes to more of, there are a lot of changes that need to be done. For instance, if you really, you're going to represent the students' interest, why would the administration of the university give you a position in the university? In a way, it's kind of limiting you as to what you can do or what you can say, because one, you intend your tenure to be secure. Okay, once I am given a place in the administration of the university, I am tend to do anything that the university admin wants me to do. If I go, beyond that, or if I have to do things that, is not in line with what the university administration is doing, it's mean I am going to lose my position or my political ambitions will not be realized. So these are the kind of things that is kind of lacking here, but notwithstanding, there are a lot of positive impacts that also the student union is doing and also various faculty presidents that are doing. Let's say, for instance, our last semester, we have our students that will be going to the bar school this semester, but because there were a lot of series of protests between the admin and also the teachers, the lecturers union, they asked us not, they said we cannot do our exams before the Thursday feast, and this was going to affect some of us that we are going to the bar school. And the student representative, which is headed by me, we said this is not fair. We cannot be, we cannot suffer for someone else's mistakes. And this is the administration here. So we took up the challenge, went to the admin and spoke to them and said that, no, this is not right. This is what should be done. Even though the student union body was not in support of what the Law Student Association was doing, but we believe that this is what should be done and it should be done like that. So young people, student leaders should be more practical, should actually implement the things that they preach so that we can realize and attain the democracy that we talk about. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mariama. I'm going to go back to Barry. Barry, how can the advocates of democracy, such as yourself, and I guess most of us here, get more students interested in the idea of democracy in a country like Uganda?
Thank you very much, Mr. Godwin. Now, the idea of interesting young people, especially students, into democracy and governance in the country is not one that can solely be handed over to a certain institution or a certain personality to take over. I think as the students and as the young people, we retain the biggest responsibility to interest ourselves in the happenings and the operations of our countries and how they are run. We cannot have a person that is going to include us in the operations and the governance of the country more than what we can offer ourselves. So the contemporary democracies are coexisting with technological advancements, and that is one of the biggest opportunities we have as young people right now. There is appreciation of technology, and I think this presents us with immense opportunity to be able to acquaint ourselves with information that can drive democratic campaigns, information that can equip us to be able to advocate for exactly what we want, even when we are being told something different. But ironically, we are still the same category of people that are averagely misinformed. So the technological era does not only come with the opportunity to acquaint us with knowledge about democracy and governance, but it also casts a confusion about what is misinformation and what is authentic information and what is news. And now that blurred line between the fake news and authentic news and information is what is a threat to democracy and a threat to the youth participation in democratic operations of the countries. Misinformed people anywhere are a threat to everything that has a semblance of development or progress. So as the young people and as the students, we have to take the responsibility to be able to acquaint ourselves with information that is authentic, information that is in line with the democratic principles that we want to hold and we want to be identified with. So I do not have the belief that we have to wait for someone or a government institution or a certain NGO like NetBuild to come and teach us about democracy. I think we have to take the mantle and find out exactly what we need to spread out, what we want to be identified with, what we want our country to be identified with. Now, democracy is facilitated by transition, not only political transition or presidential transition in power, but the transition of responsibility, duties, and obligations. Right now, as the people who are in power grow weary and fragile, we, the students and the young people, should be the ones in line to be able to have that transition. But when we're not well equipped, we cannot take over from them. We cannot take over the mantle when we're misinformed, when we have no interest in politics and policy understanding. So I think we have to retain our biggest responsibility to be able to equip ourselves with what we want to be identified with what democracy is. Now, for example, societies are very progressive. Human rights are progressive. When the people who are in power right now, who are of advanced age, cannot appreciate the progression of such rights and democratic principles, we, the young people, have to take on the mantle to spearhead the campaign, to have the appreciation of such democratic campaigns and the human rights appreciation. Now, when we do not acquaint ourselves with that information, we take over the ruins of democracy from our old people while maintaining the same conservative beliefs that contradict democratic principles that we claim to be standing up for. The only way to be able to have that transition that maintains democratic principles, the transition that appreciates human rights and the rule of law, is when we, the young people, the youth who constitute the majority of the population in East Africa and the entire continent, are interested in the governance of our countries, are well mobilized to discuss issues of policy and governance, and also to be the campaigners of human rights and their appreciation and their progression nature. Someone talked about how the rights have to be contextualized, that we have to filter what is for Africa and what is for the Western world. But that is a very thin line. To filter out, we stand a chance to suppress. Human rights have their main trait is that they are universal. They should be universally accepted. But that does not necessarily mean that whatever the Western world coins as human rights should be dumped on Africans. Well, we have to ascertain what our values and principles and what our cultural traits are as Africans, for us not to lose our main core values as Africa. As we accept the human rights, we must draw the line that Africa retains its Africanicity, that we do not lose our core values. So when we decide to filter, we stand a very big chance to suppress. And I think we should wholesomely adopt the concept of human rights to be able to progress in our democratic appreciation. Thank you, Godwin.
Thank you very much, Barry. Let's move back to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you are a student leader. You lead the whole law society of Uganda Christian University. The other panelists are student leaders from various universities as well. What activities can student leaders like yourself and the students in those universities you lead engage in to promote democracy within their spaces and then ensure that the same is replicated and change is effected throughout the country?
Thank you so much, Mr. Godwin. I believe that there are so many activities that us as students can be actively involved in. And for example, the one that we're having right now, a panelist discussion talking about how we as students can actively engage in democracy. I believe one of them is having panelist discussions, because it's in such discussions that we are able to interface with different ideologies and forge our way towards achieving the democracy that we all hope for. I also believe that as students and as youths, we are really active on social media, and many times we are using it for the wrong reasons. So I believe that we can actually use social media. We could use Twitter to our advantage. We could run a hashtag just to have probably an online discussion, or just use any platform to, spread this message of democracy. I also think that we can make more vibrant the already existing student associations. I think there's UNSA, Uganda National Students Association, then there's ULSA, Mr. Ronald Williams, our president, the Uganda Lawyer Student Association. There are so many students who are not part of this, but if they are incorporated into these different associations, they'll be able to, participate in the different activities and still be able to, spread the message that comes with democracy. But of course, as we rally around social media, as we have panelist discussions, as we do articles, write blogs, and all this about democracy, I believe that, as the current speaker mentioned, that we all need to do this based on authentic information. And as Professor Lumumba said, we are all revolutionaries. We are not out there to attack and, to point fingers and, make people feel like, yes, they have really done nothing and we are the ones who are, bringing the change that we want. I believe that we need to do it authentically and to be very noble and modest, even as we air out our views. And it is in doing so that we'll actually be picked on and our message shall reach. Yes, that is what I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. To our very patient listeners, allow me to inform you that we are going to have a Q&A as our last session, and that will come just after this session we are on. So there is a Q&A button just on top of your app, if you're using a mobile phone, for instance. So you will type your question there, and then we'll read the question, but you will do us good if you channel the question to a particular panelist, such that we read that question to the panelists you want them read to. Yeah, so that is the next thing. Just type your questions there, and then we shall get them answered by the panelists. So I'm going to turn to Robinson. Robinson, who happens to be the Guild President of the Mighty Moves. Robinson, very many times, we've seen leaders use democracy and then move right into it and then abuse it. There were accusations that the now former president of Tanzania, the deceased John Pombe Magufuli, used democracy as a springboard to get into power, and once there, turned against the same symbols of democracy, such as freedom of speech, such as the right to assemble. We've also seen, even if we didn't go nationally or to the continent, we've seen leaders at the lowest level, let's say the university. Some have promised, done a lot of things, used democracy, and then they go right to abuse the same democracy. What can students like yourself, what can leaders do to ensure that democracy is not abused going further? Robinson, that's your question.
Thank you so much, Toko. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Robinson Ogwang, the Guild President of Makerere University Business School. Now, as the students, we need to realign our priorities in the first place, because if we are not focused on things that matter to us, because many times people talk about us being the leaders of this nation, the future leaders of this nation, but then we, the leaders who are supposed to be leading this nation in time to come, are paying more attention to different things. So I call for realigning of priorities with support that of course, with mentorship that comes from our parents, our elders who are in the political space, they need to mentor us and give us the opportunity to make sure we get this done. Then promotion, we ourselves need to give us a conducive environment for us to participate actively in decision making and in the governance of our nation. Because in the institutions that we are in at the moment, we are given this kind of environment, but then we don't take up this environment, as I earlier on stated. The promotion of young people's skills, we need to promote our skills ourselves to make sure we take up these roles. Because I have always said that the biggest problem that we have as a nation is the elite class that we are in at the moment. We people who know what exactly we are supposed to do and how we are supposed to do them, we are failing to take it on to the next level and make sure we come up and take up these positions. So promotion of young people's skills, we need to promote our skills, of course, with the help of the people who are in leadership, the help of the people in government. The biggest worry of our parents at the moment is, are they going to be leaving this beautiful nation, this beautiful system in the hands of people whose attention have been taken away by things that don't matter to their future? Another one is, I think, promotion of young women's participation, because we are seeing a lot of spaces being taken up by the male gender. And so if only ourselves can feel free to take up these positions and see ourselves supporting as many ladies as possible to come into these political spaces and have this conversation going on, we are going to be able to take up strategic role in promoting democracy as a youth. We ourselves need to have these discussions taken down to as many people as possible. Because if you look at the percentage of people who are in school, you realize that there is a very big percentage of the youth that has been left out in the rural areas that don't access some of these conversations. And it is our role as youth in these spaces, in these universities, in these institutions, to take up the true definition of democracy and all its positive aspects and explain to the people who are down in rural areas. Our parents rely on us. Our parents are taking up time to explain things to us, but then again, we ourselves, we are not replicating, we are not taking time to mentor the people who haven't gotten the chance to be in these spaces to take up these positions. So I call for us as the youth to be the true ambassadors of this democracy, and more so starting with the leaders, because you cannot preach what you don't understand. The Western world has moved on to supporting the youth-based projects and capabilities and making sure that the youth are mentored into a position that we know when our forefathers are going to leave this nation in our hands, we have the ability to take this to the next level. So it is quite important that we equip ourselves with the right knowledge and also promote the aspect of democracy down to the people that don't have access to this kind of information. It's just the same as having this conversation, these live sessions, go deep down to the people who are supposed to benefit from it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Robinson. Let's move to Elvis. Elvis, in the last 5 decades, China has moved hundreds of millions of its citizens from extreme poverty to great wealth. China has eradicated malaria. It has educated hundreds of millions of its citizens. China is now the global go-to producer for many goods. As a matter of fact, if you looked around you, I'm sure you'll find so many made in China products. The country that has thrived this much calls itself a democracy, like I said at the beginning of this discussion, but it's far from it by many indicators. They don't have regular, free and fair elections, universal, regular, free and fair elections. They have the human rights record of China is not the one that is not the best that you can copy. And there's so many aspects of democracy that lack in China. Do you think that the success of China on the global scale, China now, for instance, trades so much with countries like Uganda in Africa, and influences these countries in their decision-making and so many other things. Do you fear that this success of China, the progress it has made over the last few decades, is a threat to democracy going forward?
Okay, Gordon, you actually pass on a very, very pertinent question. And just to directly answer it, we need to, number one, personally, I wouldn't say that they are a threat to our democracy, because we need to understand two things. And basically from, the discussions that have been going even before now, from Barry to Robinson, we need to make sure that we can categorically understand the essence of democracy in itself. What exactly constitutes it? Because there are possibilities that even as, we're tossing this word democracy around, we could have, the central case, which is the essence, that cannot be deroged from democracy in itself, vis-a-vis the watered down versions of democracy, where we have small elements and minute features of democracy, being depicted in those particular elements of governance. And when we actually understand democracy for its essence, we understand that the law is basically serving its core objective, which is, to realize the achievement of people, to realize the common good of people, ensure that indeed we attain true happiness according to how philosophers such as St. Thomas Aquinas and Aristotle had stated. So ideally, when it comes to them being a threat to our democracy, I guess they can only be a threat to our democracy, only to the extent that we do not understand what exactly democracy is. And that's why I say that I'll just piggyback on what Robinson said, in terms of mentorship. And if we can understand the true essence of what exactly democracy is, using an objective criteria, then I am sure and very certain that if we use it in its proper way, find people that are worth emulating, that are upholding that particular objective criteria, there's no possibility that they would be a threat to our democracy. So it all boils down to us and our willingness to actually be assertive in terms of implementing democratic principles.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow that up with a similar question. When you look, for instance, at the well-established democracy known around the world is the United States. Many will refer to it. But the United States democracy allowed someone like Donald Trump to become president. And Donald Trump wasn't, and I don't think he's even now, the best advocate for democracy or the best promoter. You saw the attack on Capitol Hill that by many standards, he either promoted or in a way instigated. In France, there was Le Pen, who almost became president. Thank God Macron won, but she by far isn't a Democrat. They don't believe in democracy as we conventionally know it. Do you think that the rise of these leaders now in the Western world, let's move from China, is a threat to democracy around the world?
Wow, Gordon, you're really insisting on this democracy thing. But I would still stand by what I actually said earlier. You know, if we can actually understand the essence of democracy, stand up for what we believe is right, and use the right methods, the right mechanisms, set up people that put people that are actually worth aspiring to emulate in those positions of governance. And I believe that that is the first start to actually ensuring that this democracy is actually being implemented. I saw in the chat box or in the question and answer point section that there's somebody who was talking about the need to have education in terms of these things. And I feel like one particular element of democracy should be the education of the masses in terms of understanding, the basic fundamentals of the law. And if we cannot have some form of direct proportionality in terms of the level of education within society, then there will be an issue. But that's completely away from what you asked. But I would still stand by what I said in terms of, regardless of what happens that side, if we are actually assertive in terms of focusing on the Africa that we want to build for us and future generations, I think we will be fine. And in terms of just probably to mention as a last thing is when we keep on mentioning it's time to keep it African, it's time to decolonize, we need to also be aware of the fact, that people such as Professor Ali Mazrui have recognized something called the triple heritage, where an African is not just an African, he is 3 in 1, he's literally a trinity. So he carries a bit of Islam, he carries elements of, the person that actually colonized them and his own African roots at the same time. So when we call for something that's African, there is going to be a touch of all these other elements inclusive. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Berry asked to say something on that question before we move to the Q&A. Mr. Berry, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godwin. I would like to comment briefly on the impact of China and democracy, especially in developing countries. Like Elvis has well elaborated, but I think there is more to it that we stand to face with the Chinese imperialistic policies. I've said this time and again, and I think China is going to have a very big degenerating impact on the democracy development in developing countries, in Africa, in Asia. And this is mainly because they are offering alternative funding sources that do not necessarily have conditionalities related to governance and respect for human rights. Historically, and for a very long time, for over 3-4 decades, African countries and other developing countries in Asia have been sustained by funding from Western communities, from the World Bank, from IMF, and other individual Western countries. But the main ingredient of the aid has been that they have to constitute democratic tenets. They have to have democratic institutions. They must respect and show proof for respect of human rights. China, on the other hand, offers an alternative that is not hinged on conditionalities like democracy and human rights enforcement. They boast and brag, saying that they are not concerned with internal affairs running of any countries which they aid or decide to partner with. but that in the long run really affects the development and progress of democracy. For example, what we have right now in Africa, in very many countries like Uganda and other East African countries or Central Africa, most of there is some feedback. I think it is from Mr. Elia. Okay, I was saying that most of what we have that is a semblance of democratic progress and development in Africa has been attained from the conditionalities that the Western community have imposed on African aid. And that is very commendable. They have played a very big role to ensure that there is some development and appreciation of democratic principles in Africa. But where we have alternative funding source and initiatives by China, like the Belt and Road Initiative, which decide to fund infrastructure development in African countries and also fund different governmental projects and other things that the government intend to run, but without insistence on development of democracy, insistence on respect of human rights, we are taking a downward turn in relation to what we've already had as part of our progress in democratic appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to the Q&A. Our listeners have been very patiently waiting. So I am going to work in concert with Robinson. Once you raise your hand up, he will give you the microphone and then you'll be eligible to speak, but for only 2 minutes, after which he will unmute you. Please direct your question to a particular panelist, make it brief, go direct to the point, and don't use language that is not civil for such a discussion. But first, let me ask this question to Elizabeth. This is Brian Kasende in the Q&A section. He says, looking at the economic aspect of democracy, can democracy thrive in a capitalist state? How do you recognize this with the current problems Uganda is facing? For example, the debate on Miloland, corporate takeover, mergers, etc., all which leave many Ugandan livelihoods affected by the decisions of the few stakeholders in these enterprises. I would think that's a very good question. So Elizabeth, please, that's your question, go for it.
Mr. Godwin, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I didn't hear it well.
Okay, let me scroll to it one more time. Looking at the economic aspects of democracy, can democracy thrive in a capitalist state? How do you recognize this with the current problems Uganda is facing? For example, the debate on Miloland, corporate takeovers, mergers, etc., all which leave many Ugandan people's livelihoods affected by the decisions of the few stakeholders in these enterprises. That's the question.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it was Brian who asked that question, and I think I'll just allude back to the saying that goes, where there is a will, there is a way. And if you look at our history as Uganda and as Africans, really, we had very turbulent times before. I mean, there was colonialism, like all odds were against us, but there was somehow a will in the minds of our forefathers who fought for independence. And somehow we are here today, independent states, not because everything was going on well, but because there are people who embraced the will and embraced the role to participate in achieving a democracy one day. So even when we are having so many ups and downs in our country, Uganda, and in Africa as well, I believe and I know that where there's a will, where us as students can come together and say, we are going to look towards this, we are going to forge a way to achieve a democracy, then I believe that yes, we can. And a democracy can be achieved even in a capitalist state. It can be achieved in any kind of condition, because where there is a will, there's always a way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. let's see if Robinson has anyone that raised their hand. And as he does that, I'll pick one more question. This is from Prince Robert, and I'm going to channel this to Mr. Asimwe. But isn't democracy what we believe in others that we don't see of ours? Can you get that? But isn't democracy what we believe in others than what others see of us? Oh, I get it now. Refer to the times of Chairman Mao of China. Is that a question? Okay, let's get this one. Why don't we divert from Western definition on democracy and focus on democracy that elevates African values, focusing on the concept of equity? Better appreciation would be given to the good that former South African president did other than convicting him so as to prevent the consequences of the penalty. This still goes to the idea that democracy should be Africanized. What is your take on this, Asimwe? Sadly looks like we lost Asimwe. So I'm going to assign that question to Mariama. Mariama, do you get us? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you please repeat the question again?
Let me just scroll here and get right to it. A second. Okay, let me just give you another question. This one says, the discussion we're having here is very appealing to the educated. How can we involve the people that are sidelined from this discussion? Very good question if you ask me. What practical things can be done to prove to the poor that what they need to advocate for is freedom
of speech? Probably that is what the
freedom of speech act rather than the call to reduce retail prices of basic commodities. That's the question.
Thank you so much. I don't know if my video is on. I'm asked to put on my video.
No, the video is not on. The audio is clear, but the video isn't.
Oh, I don't know. I've on it though, but I don't know what is happening.
Okay, make your submission. I'll leave mine on so that there is a video that they can broadcast.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I think that is that was a very important question when it comes to how the people are going to receive this message that we are actually talking on here, and especially to the communities. Now we have a lot of people. If you ask me, the problem that we have in Africa is not only about leadership, but we also have the problem of followership. This is because most of the people are not really informed. And if you go to the urban area, this problem affects more on the urban area and sometimes within the elites. So for me, what I believe can be done to actually filter this information within the people, one, we need to have a very vibrant civil society. When we talk about vibrant civil society, we talk about civil organizations that are non-profitable and non-partisans civil organizations that can be involved in the that can involve in political participation, one that can advocate for change if the government is really not doing what is expected of them. Most of the time, the civil societies we have in Africa, they believe that the only way that they can make change is to resort to protest, is to resort to riot, which actually, in essence, will result to civil wars. So what I believe as vibrant civil society can do, yes, freedom of assembly is very fundamental. Once you're given freedom of assembly, once you have followed the due process of it, and then you go outside to assemble, to protest, to say what you think is not going right, I think that too is important. But what is more fundamental, especially as law students, is to follow the due process of the law. The due process of the law is to file cases against the state when the state is not doing the right thing. when the state is not doing the right thing, is to file it in the courts, follow the due process of the law, and then eventually your call will be heard. And this to call for independence of the judiciary. Now, this is a problem that we also have in Africa. Like our judiciary is not very, very much independent. And also when we talk about public lawyering, we are law students. And one of the things that we should engage in is public lawyering. We have to go to the communities. We have to reach out to the people, especially to very remote areas. Talk to them about the importance of participating in democracy. Talk to them about human rights issues, what they need to do when their rights are being violated by the state or state agents. These are also very, very fundamental. And when you talk about freedom of assembly and freedom of expression or freedom of speech, I think this is very important when it comes to economic crisis that we face in Africa. Now, if we don't have this freedom of speech that we, if we are not given the freedom to speak, now, how can we tell our leaders that this is what is affecting us, especially when it's come to reducing commodities like the writer said. Now, the leaders don't actually go to the communities to see what is affecting them. Okay, the basic commodities are increasing in the market. They really don't do that. So when we have a very vibrant civil society that can stand up for the masses, that can go outside and say, look, the leaders have to hear us. Go to radio stations, go to the public, go to the media, Facebook and other media platforms. I think the media is very relevant when it comes to this issue. Go to those places and talk to the leaders. Let the leaders hear what the people are going. And this boils down to the freedom of expression, the freedom of speech. And the freedom of speech should not only be limited to just go outside and protest. Freedom of speech also includes that, okay, you have the right to go to the courts and, file cases against the state when they are not doing the right thing. So the question is very, very important. And I think when we follow these procedures, we will attain the democracy that we want in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question here that I think we shouldn't leave to go unread. This was originally channeled to Professor P.L. Lumumba, but I think, let me read it, and then we'll see who can give it a shot. Hello, everyone. My question goes to P.L. Lumumba of Africa. I am a non-law student of Makerere University and a South Sudan citizen. Dear Professor, I understand that there's a lot that need to be done as far as law is concerned in my country, but I feel this concerning regarding the civilian conflict that have been happening in some states within my country over the years. We are facing a challenge as a country of our brothers who are in the cattle camps. These groups have created a lot of insecurity in the country through killing themselves, clan chiefs, students, cattle raiding, among other crimes. Recently, the state government came up with an idea of forceful disarmament and execution of people who have done capital crimes. And this is working in restoring peace, but the human rights activists and other international agencies have started criticizing this act as extrajudicial killing. My question is, how do we redefine law to meet the world standard as well as taking care of our affairs? This question is in sync with very many aspects when it comes to democracy. How do you balance? The government says we need to track your cars to ensure that there's security, but there's a provision in the law that says you can't have privacy, and I would want to have my privacy. Apple recently said they want to start tracking photos that people have in their iPhones and iPads, and there's already a call that if iPhone begins tracking the photos they have, iPhone initially said and still says that they're going to do this to ensure that if they detect a photo of child abuse, child pornography, or any other form of abuse, they can then alert the authorities to rein in on the suspect and get them looked into, their issue looked into. But people are fearing that if this is done in a country like, say, and I'll say this, Uganda, won't the state then use this to monitor opposition people and to spy on them? So let me give this question to Barry. Barry, you've been very impressive tonight. where do you think the balance should be fixed? Human rights, democracy on the one hand, and the need for security and the bigger picture of protecting society, like in this case. Please go for it, and then we proceed.
Godwin, could you please repeat the last part of the question? I didn't get you clearly.
Basically, there is a conundrum. You want to promote security in the country. You want to ensure that people are not killed by men who ride borders or any other sort of means they use. And you think that with your security expertise, the best way to achieve this is to install trackers in people's cars and cameras that can then monitor where they are. But this clearly goes against the right to privacy. I want to have my car wherever I go without the state knowing where I am. How do you balance the two?
Thank you very much. The balance of national security and the right to privacy is a very controversial one. Well, we do have right to privacy, but we also must understand that the right to privacy is not an absolute right. It is a right that is subject to limitations. However, the constitution is also very explicit, that is in reference to Uganda's constitution, which mirrors a number of international conventions in relation to limitation of such rights. For example, when you're going to limit a right, like a right to privacy, or freedom of expression, or any other right, there are certain international standards that must be followed. But one, the limitation has to be one that is acceptable in a democratic society, one that is justifiable, and you have to show just cause for why you're trying to place such a limitation on the enjoyment of people's rights. Now, national security is a very pertinent concern. National security concerns everyone within the precincts of the state. But different countries have different histories in relation to how they use and how they exploit people's rights. And that is a very good starting point that we should consider when we're going to discuss which state is limiting which right and to what extent are they doing that. There are some countries that have autocratic history and they have very suppressive and oppressive approach to human rights generally. So the worry is always what are they capable of doing with this information that they retain in their systems to track whichever person is in which place.
Yeah. Guys are going to rise then, higher.
I think someone.
I think he's unmuted. Please proceed.
Barry, the interruption has been dealt with. The person who was speaking was someone who has raised his hand for a while now, and I think we probably might have lost Barry. So, Mr. Godwin, I would suggest that in the interest of time, we can let Justice Akampwera to make his submission, and then perhaps anyone else with a hand up could summarize their submission henceforth.
Yeah, sure. Let's have Mr. Akampwera.
Hello, Toko.
Yes, Harris, we can hear you. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much for having me. I wanted basically to talk about the various stages of democracy. I think this didn't come through properly. That when we talk about participation, there's participation at the election time, which is very, very important. And this is a global problem now that the voter turnout at every election has been declining for the last 20 years. So that's also a democratic problem that democracy at every election promises a lot. It's actually an auction of promises which are never met by the politicians. The consequence of which that frustration piles up and people lose the trust in the democracy. I think that this is a problem that we need to interrogate deeper, especially at the School of Law, and try to provide answers. The second stage is the time between the election cycles. Now, we voted leaders, they are into office. Then what next? So there are various government processes. For example, as the speaker of Kawempe Urban Council, understand that there's so many processes that the law students can help strengthen our democracy. For example, at the council, we have 6 standing committees, and these committees of council are responsible for oversight role. That's precisely making sure that they hold the administrative organ of the division accountable. But these committees can only be as strong, or their accountability role can be as strong as their training, as their knowledge, and as their information resources. So the law students can come in there and help in strengthening committees. There are various other processes I can talk about. The law establishes, for example, at the local level.
Just as kindly wrap up.
Yes, so basically, I wanted to, highlight that fact that we need to, when we talk about participation, we tend to mostly talk about electoral participation, but there are other democratic processes that the law students can engage in, and so doing strengthen our democracy.
Thank you, Harris. Mayanja, do we have someone else?
I'm just looking through the chat. No one else is raising their hand, and the chat doesn't seem to suppose that there is anyone who would like to make an argument on that. So I think we could proceed to the remaining remarks and then have a closing remark. I will definitely be glad to pick up on anyone else who raises their hand, but in the interest of time, I think you might want to wrap up the panel discussion and then allow the MLS rep to give their closing remarks.
Thank you. So I'm going to call back my panelists and give each of them a minute in which they are going to say whatever they feel like they didn't say at first, more or less like their closing remarks, and then we'll wrap this up. So let's begin with Barry. Barry, please, just a minute to make your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Godwin. It has been an interesting discussion, and conclusively what I can say is that as a continent, Africa, we are on the path of democratic growth. We are still progressing. So I think we should not be held to the same standard as Western countries right now at this stage, which has taken them centuries of years for them to grow their democracy. So African countries are on a progressive state. But right now, the main challenge that we have is having democratic governments in place. The main impediment to our democratic growth right now is having autocratic governments. Africa as a continent is still littered with very many autocratic governments. We have autocratic systems, so that becomes very hard to maneuver so that we can progress. But again, the other challenge we're having is the rise of powers and economic powers like China, which are very imperialistic in their approach, but they also have no regard for human rights. Path of democratic development and growth, we have to be able to prioritize our democracy first of all, even when these powers come in place, but we have to show that we are committed to developing these democratic tenets and principles. That is my conclusive remark.
Thank you, Barry. You've been impressive tonight. Let's listen to Mariama. Mariama, you have a minute to make your concluding remarks.
Thank you so much. And to the Makerere Law Society, I want to say I'm so grateful to be on this platform to share with vibrant, young people across Africa. This has been very, very, very impressive, and also it has been good. It has been great. So for me, I just want to conclude by saying that young people of Africa should take up leadership roles. This is the time that we should involve in politics. I know most of us are not really interested in politics, but the status quo can only change when young people change the narrative, when young people take up leadership roles. All the leaders we have in Africa are 80 and above. Young people are really not involved. And if you look at in Finland, I think their youngest minister is around 20-something years. If you look at other part of the world, their presidents, they're so young. Let me not take example of America right now, but I mean, it's high time that young people take up leadership roles. And when we take up these leadership roles, all the things that we're preaching, our leaders are corrupt, our leaders are human rights abusers. Let us practice it once we are on top of that. So I just want to say thank you to all of you, and congratulations once again for this milestone achievement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mariama. We're great that we had you today. Let's move to Robinson Ogwang. Mr. Ogwang, you have a minute to make your concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Moderator Toko. I want to once again congratulate Makerere Law School upon making 50 years. Then secondly, when we discuss the issue of democracy in our context as Africa, we should be able to always think about bringing it down to our communities, because for one, I want to tell you that we have a lot of us who are educated and we are knowledgeable in some of these government roles and responsibilities. But then we are failing in one aspect, that we have failed to take this kind of message down to the people in our societies. That is the same reason we are having people campaigning to take up leadership positions and using that advantage of having a society that is not well informed to make sure they get what they want. And that's the same reason why we are having people using money to campaign and get into office and realizing that we don't have the actual responsibility. I mean, representatives in houses that are supposed to be representing us. And so it is our role as the youth at the moment to make sure we take this kind of discussion down to our societies and translate them into the local language that will help us make sure we transform this society and the norm, that we know this is democracy. And if we talk about democracy, does it make sense to the person who is down there, who has never seen a tarmac road, who has never seen a phone, who doesn't know there is something that exists as Zoom? But if we continue having this discussion on these platforms and leaving out the majority of the people who are supposed to be taking up these spaces, then we have a problem. We shall be fighting for democracy here as the youth who have taken time to learn something and failing to get the entire nation up together with us into this kind of discussion. Then again, as we discuss the question of democracy, we should be reminded that it's not only democracy that will get us as a nation where we want to be, but then also respecting the aspect of governance. Because when you marry the two together, you will understand when a soldier gets into the street to tell you this is not right that you're trying to do, because you have your right, you will think he's trying to do something wrong, but then he's trying to govern the society to make sure that there is law and order that is being kept. And I want to applaud the government for bringing this parish model, because when you talk about democracy and we are questioning the idea of proceedings, we have to understand that for us to have a democratic nation run in the most appropriate way, power should be given to everyone that holds responsibility in governing the state. So if we get down to giving power to the people who are supposed to be having power, not forgetting that the society that believes in us should have the overall power of questioning where our power should end. The validity of the proposed popular vote should be key in these aspects of the discussion. So as we go into that, I challenge each and every one of you. Where we want to put this nation entirely depends on the choices that we make at the moment as the youth. And you can choose not to be a party to the political discussion of the country at the moment. And that means you've chosen to be part of a generation that is going to go down in ruins because you left out pertinent issues to be discussed by people who are not supposed to be taking up these spaces. So I challenge each one of you to step up, take up these spaces. Come, let's change this country together as one, having the same dream and believing in a nation that this is where we were born, and it is our sole responsibility to make sure that we shape it. Otherwise, the generation after us will blame us for not taking up these chances and taking up these spaces. My humble appeal to government is, please create that conducive environment for us to come in and discuss these things with you. I, for one, am so disappointed that even in the COVID task force that the entire nation has been looking up to, we don't have any youth representation, but we are the most affected people in this aspect. But then we are not represented anywhere. People we sent into leadership, into parliament as the youth, they're not giving us what we want. I thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've been impressive tonight. Let's listen to William Ronald Asimwe. Ronald William Asimwe, please strictly keep it a minute as you make your concluding remarks. Okay, looks like he's still getting his network sorted. So we're going to listen into Mweba Zake Elizabeth, the Law Society president of UCU. Just before she comes, I want to make the clarity in regard to what Robinson said. It's not 50 years of law school, it's 50 years of Makerere Law Society. So Elizabeth, the mantle is yours, please speak.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Godwin. I hope you can all hear me. My network is quite unstable here, but yes, just as I conclude. We can hear you. Okay, yes, thank you. As I conclude, yes, I would really love to thank you for choosing such a very, very pertinent topic, the role of students in a contemporary democracy. This topic and this topic of discussion really portrays the fact that we as students, we as youths have a role to play. And so as I conclude, I urge every student on the call, every youth out there to embrace the fact that you have a role to play in the democracy of this country, and to know that something can be done, that you have a contribution to make. So be the champion of the democracy that you want to see, because that democracy starts with you. A case study of Kwame Nkrumah, he became increasingly active in his youth while he was still at school. He participated in the Pan-African movement, the African Students Association of America, the West African Students Union, and so many other avenues. So for every student on this call, there's different platforms on which we can ably participate and have a role to play in this democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. You two have been impressive tonight. Let's listen in to our last speaker, and that will be Cosmas.
Okay, thank you very much, Godwin. Thank you to the organizers. I should start from that point. And, basically, I'm just going to say 4 things. One, that it's very essential for us as not just law students, because I understand that we have people that are not from law schools, to recognize that we have the ability to cultivate a culture of good governance, goodwill, where we can actually say that we actually care for community. So adopting that culture amongst ourselves, amongst the spheres of influence that each of us in our respective positions of leadership hold, to actually, foster that forward. Number 2, Professor Mugo talks about fostering liberated zones. These are basically environments in which we can actually be able to, harness and understand the foundational precepts within which society has been built. And we need to make sure that within these particular environments where we're cultivating the culture, we can also grow liberated zones. 3, we need to also, as I had mentioned earlier, separate democracy as a central case, the origin of democracy in itself with its essence, vis-a-vis the watered down version. If we as people within academia can actually be able to distinguish between these two and create an objective metric, we shall be able to actually progress our nations to further places. And lastly, when we talk about building an Africa for Africans by Africans, we need to recognize that we need to also ask the hard question: which Africans? What is African? What exactly we're going to bring African? And I know I had alluded to that earlier, but it also starts with us. So we have the possibility to uplift society to a better place. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to be on this panel.
All right. I think Mr. Godwin Toko is not audible, but we would like to thank everyone who has labored to be here. And in the closing remarks from the MLS, if we certainly desire for the respect of law, we must make the law respectable first. And there's a plethora of historical evidence that infers that as students, we can and we are imbued to hark the call of advocating for justice. After all, justice is the sum of all moral duty. So in the face of a state which ostensibly lacks systems tailored to address questions of democracy, we look to the youth to deliver a glimmer of hope. Now, it is evident that the MLS, through its history, has labored to circumvent challenges in the education system that inhibit the full realization of the most fundamental student's right, the right to education. So this right is under the attack of untenable fee structures, constrained and controlled learning, which stifle the ability of students to grow into the vibrant revolutionaries and democrats for whom the good Professor PLO, Honorable Justice Chair Awire, and Her Excellency Wall, as well as His Excellency Grace, have inspired us to be. So firstly, through the Makerere Law School Scholarship Fund, under the stewardship of the affable Dr. Businje Kabumba and Mr. Mpindi Pasi, we look at collecting over 500 million to bolster the efforts of students to sustain a reasonable education at the Makerere Law School. Stand with us as we make this dream a reality and live up to the dream. Join hands with the Makerere Law Society, which supports the efforts of Dr. Kabumba and Mr. Pasi, as we lay a foundation stone for an initiative that will serve hundreds of legal practitioners as we build for the future. Secondly, we agree that the law is a pedestal of social reconstruction. So through the External Correspondence Initiative, we stretch the web of learning beyond that which they teach at the university, something that Dr. Ruweza affably talks about in his book. So we look to sharing diverse professional knowledge on how the law intersects with the rest of professional dimensions. We are hopeful that gradually we can come to appreciate that the disparity between us in the professional world isn't as finely defined as the current system depicts it. We call upon you all to continue fostering the creation of a holistic intellectual student hub at the university and beyond. Therefore, as we take our first leap in this new age, looking forward to our platinum and centenarian celebrations, we hope to look back to today and say, look, MLS, we made it. Thank you for attending and for commemorating this euphoric day with us. In the words of Professor P.L. Lumumba, who most of you have drunk quite a lump sum of from today, God bless you, God bless the Republic of Uganda, and God bless this Makerere Law Society. Happy Golden Jubilee, Makerere Law Society. We are very proud of you. Thank you and see you soon.
in the university.
Hi everyone, my name is Winnie Begumisa. I am the 44th Vice President of Makerere Law Society, and I am honored and humbled to be celebrating 50 years with the society. It has been a long time coming, and I am proud of every cabinet that came after us and until the cabinet of this year. My most memorable moment would be preparing for the gala. The MLS dinner was quite an event. It took quite some time to prepare for. Took a lot of stress and made the cabinet run upside down. We were in farms, we were in companies, we were in parastatals, we looked for money. So I believe that was my most memorable moment or time while I was vice president of the society. And I believe it benefited most of us as a cabinet because we were able to make connections and a lot of networks which we are using up to date. So for me, that's it. And once again, congratulations, Makerere Society, on reaching 50 years.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mugisha Linda Mbabazize, and I am privileged to have served as the Vice President of the Makerere Law Society from 2018 to 2019. First of all, congratulations to the members of Makerere Law Society for this milestone we have achieved of 50 years, a golden jubilee. That's not something easy, but I'm so proud of us. Makerere Law Society means so much to me. I can't put it in words. It has taught me so much. It has made me who I am as a person, and I am extremely grateful to it. I have met so many people. I have made such good connections, and I have learned lessons that are invaluable to me. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who has made Makerere Law Society what it is. Each and every one of you is important, and we celebrate it today. Congratulations.
Makerere Law Society. My name is David Frederick Nyanzi. I'm opportune to have served this prestigious society as president. I'm thankful to God that this year our prestigious society marks 50 years of existence. As a society, we cannot take for granted the successes enjoyed by our mod society, the law journey, among other key stakeholders. I want to applaud the efforts by the LLB Catholic community, the LLB Fellowship, among other communities within the Makerere Law Society towards nurturing students to be the very best they can during their stay at law school. The current leadership has organized a series of events to commemorate the Golden Jubilee, and I want to make a humble appeal to our students to take part in these as we celebrate 50 years of existence. I thank you, and may God bless the Makerere Law Society.
Hello everyone, my name is Kenneth K. Kiapi, and I had the honor of serving as the 48th president of the Makerere Law Society. I would like to congratulate the members, past and present, of the Makerere Law Society and the School of Law for the Golden Jubilee of the Makerere Law Society, which is, by the way, the oldest society in the university. Being a member of the Makerere Law Society and serving as its president was one of the greatest honors I've ever had in my life. As a member of the Makerere Law Society, I was able to meet so many people. I was able to make so many friends. I was able to engage in so many activities that have been able to give me skills, they gave me skills not only in university, but even outside. I've been able to make so many friends, people who I do business with up to now. Some of my best friends I met as a result of being a member of the Makerere Law Society. You meet them at a porridge night, you meet them on the field during the sports gala, Those are some of the best memories I had in the university, and I am grateful for the opportunities that the Makerere Law Society was able to give me. Celebrating and living till 50 years is not easy, and I'd like to congratulate all the members. I'd like to congratulate everybody who has been able to pass through the School of Law and be a member of the Makerere Law Society, and we hope for 50 more prosperous.
Hi everyone, my name is Winnie Begumisa. I am the 44th Vice President of Makerere Law Society. I am honored and humbled to be celebrating 50 years with the society. It has been a long coming, and I am proud of every cabinet that came after us and until the cabinet of this year. My most memorable moment would be preparing for the gala. The MLS dinner was quite an event. Took quite some time to prepare for. Took a lot of stress and made the cabinet run upside down. We were in farms, we were in companies, we were in parastatals, we looked for money. So I believe that was my most memorable moment or time while I was the vice president of the society. And I believe it benefited most of us as a cabinet because we were able to make connections and a lot of networks, which we are using up to date. So for me, that's it. And once again, congratulations, Makerere Society, on reaching 50 years.
Hello MLS, my name is Erica Inomjisha and as former Vice President of the Makerere Society 2017-2018. Honestly, the making of this video is nostalgic for me, quite nostalgic, because it warms my heart to remember that at a time, my time, the students placed in me their faith to serve them, the same way they've placed in you their faith to serve them. And I believe you're doing an impeccable job and even taking the Makerere Society to even greater heights than it was before. Particularly to that, I'm very pleased and happy with the theme that was chosen this year of diversifying professional knowledge and career opportunities for law students through a robust alumni network. This is important because so many of the times law students face uncertainty at one point or the other in their, career, in their student life. They're wondering, are they in the right place? They feel stuck. They feel, should they even be there at all? But by doing this, people will be able to be inspired by people who've been in practice several years, people who are, doing, tapping into new areas of the law that are still being, explored, people that have achieved very many things, whether it's in academia, whether it's in legal practice, whatever it is. And students will actually be inspired by this and, it will help them to zero down to what they really, really would like to do, or at least, see are there new areas they would want to tap into. So I'm glad this is an initiative that's being taken up, and I'll just advise for this initiative to work, the three things you need to be very alive to. You need to be consistent with the projects you're taking on. Are you going to start projects and leave them? No, you should take them on. 2, be persistent as you look for these alumni. They are very busy people, most of them, but they want to teach. They want to be able to, give their time. So be persistent in looking for them. Be persistent in following up meetings. 3, be intentional. Be intentional about each of the projects you take on. Be intentional about the doors you're knocking on. Knock all those doors. Knock however big the doors are, however scary, knock on all those, and surely you will have some doors open. Surely if you knock on 10 doors, 7 will open. If you knock on 5, 2 will open, which is a good start, honestly, and that's all you need. All you need is a start, that's all. So congratulations, Makerere Law Society, 50 years. It's very nice to see. It's very nice to watch. It was a privilege serving the institution, honestly, and thank you so much for making me part of the celebrations. Congratulations.